South Africa, we celebrate, although not yet final during this lockdown. There is a delight in the overwhelming support from all you love lifers in the role that you have played thus far. Bantu Betu and the world who are watching, a joyous time awaits the human spirit. Isikhathi sokulilizela asikho kude.
Bakhayetu, our new dawn urges us not to go back to our normal way of life, but rather that once the pandemic subsides and we grieve everyone and everything we have lost, we must, together and without delay, begin to build a better life.
The youth have been chosen to lead our country into this new century, and as we begin to look towards the future and far into the horizon, we see the break of our dawn, and in the distance can hear triumphant voices sing, Ngosi, Sigeleli Afrika. We will continue to empower young boys to deal better with life's challenges. Morena, Boloka Setshaba sa Yesu, the shadows of our singing voices draw closer and louder.
8 Diplofan answer here now and there. As we look up, Sia Kulisi, Trevor Noah, Zuzibini Tunzi, Shaw Majosi, Chad Little, Casta Semenya, Dr. Nogukanya Kanyile, Gwen Ngwenya, Kabza the Small, our GBs and Mbinjis, amongst many other celebrities. Nami, Nawe, Song and Anthem, sounds to call to come together. For this too is their achievement.
Eta Sharp Bunjan, Skumba here. Welcome to the Love Life visual event. Yes, we know we need to stay home and stay quarantine and watch this event. Whether you're watching it from Facebook, maybe go Twitter, maybe go YouTube, you can use our handles. Our handles are Love Life NGO. Using the hashtag Love Life Unscripted. Yes, that's what we're doing today. So let's get popping, let's get trending. I guess trend is trending in the right. Love Life Unscripted. That's the hashtag you need to use. And yeah, your comments will be here. But so your comments will be running here. Comment, or you want to say anything, or maybe you want to ask some of the questions we'll be talking about today. Anyway, today we have a great show in line for you. We'll be talking about what is being talked about in the country right now, which is the gender-based violence, which is a very serious thing. Jokes aside, gents, we need to check ourselves. We need to treat women and children in a great way. The way teenagers treat one. So as I'm out, we need to check ourselves. And it's a great thing that Love Life has made this platform for us to talk, maybe to ask questions, maybe abuse or abuse. This will be the right show to ask all those questions. We'll be having a roundtable event that will have experts, will have prominent people. I wish I was part of that, but because so we'll have serious people talking about serious things on that round table conversation. And we'll be hearing from our CEO, Love Life, Dr. Linda Ngube Nkomo, and the MEC of Health from Limpopo will be coming through. And also we're talking to our groundbreakers. It's gonna be a great show. In fact, for 5 hours, Joe, between now and 8 p.m. Suzobesila song. Entertainment, galore. That's my entertainment. Economy. You understand? So it's me. We're going to have DJ Zen. You're going to have Kabza the Small. We're going to have Deben Gogo. We're going to have Jazzy Disciples. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to have so much great time. But for now, to kick off this event, all the way from Fosloras. If mhlamba uyazi Fosloras, alikikasi elinamahump njenge Fosloras. Fosloras kunamahump ekitchen endlini nje. Uthi empedeni kune-hump like alikikasi. I hump ne pothole izidlala abantwana. This guy is from there. Don't forget, use the hashtag Love Life Unscripted. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all the way from Foslo and YFM, please welcome on stage DJ Zendi.
iyasuzisa abantwana bangahlile boyika uma mfeno uyizalile igorida qibobukwa qibochitwa isithunzi sami sindilandela kuTwitter ewe ndifuna ukubishare njengoba uclever ndifuna ukubishare wansayina usoni ndiboleka imali undibhatala ngestori.
South Africa, we celebrate, although not yet final during this lockdown. There is a delight in the overwhelming support from all you love lifers in the role that you have played thus far. Bantu Betu and the world who are watching, a joyous time awaits the human spirit. Iskati sokulilizela asikho kude.
Bakayethu, our new dawn urges us not to go back to our normal way of life, but rather that once the pandemic subsides and we grieve everyone and everything we have lost, we must, together and without delay, begin to build a better life.
The youth have been chosen to lead our country into this new century, and as we begin to look towards the future and far into the horizon, we see the break of our dawn, and in the distance can hear triumphant voices sing, Ngosi, Sigeleli Afrika. We will continue to empower young boys to deal better with life's challenges. Morena, Buloka Sechaba Sayesu, the shadows of our singing voices draw closer and louder.
8 Diplofan on Sahirmal, and there, as we look up, Sia Khaleesi, Trevor Noah, Zozibini Tunzi, Shaw Majozi, Chad Little, Caster Semenya, Dr. Nogukanya Kanyile, Gwen Ngwenya, Kabza the Small, our GBs and Mbenjis, amongst many other celebrities. Nami, Nawe, song and anthem, sounds to call to come together. For this too is their achievement.
Eta Shapunjan, Skumba here. Welcome to the Love Life visual event. Yes, we know we need to stay home and stay quarantine and watch this event. Whether you're watching it from Facebook, maybe go Twitter, maybe go YouTube, you can use our handles. Our handles are Love Life NGO. Using the hashtag Love Life Unscripted. Yes, that's what we're doing today. So let's get popping, let's get trending. I guess trend is trending in the right. Love Life Unscripted. That's the hashtag you need to use, and yeah, your comments will be here. But so your comments will be running here. Comment, or you wanna say anything, or maybe you wanna ask some of the questions we'll be talking about today. Anyway, today we have a great show in line for you. We'll be talking about what is being talked about in the country right now, which is gender-based violence, which is a very serious thing. Jokes aside, gents. We need to check ourselves. We need to treat women and children in a great way. The way teenagers treat young. So as I'm out, we need to check ourselves. And it's a great thing that Love Life has made this platform for us to talk, maybe to ask questions. Maybe abuse or abuse. This will be the right show to ask all those questions. We'll be having a roundtable event that will have experts, will have prominent people. I wish I was part of that, but because so we'll have serious people talking about serious things on that round table conversation. And we'll be hearing from our CEO, Love Life, Dr. Linda Ngube Nkomo, and the MEC of Health from Limpopo will be coming through, and also we're talking to our groundbreakers. It's going to be a great show. In fact, Sizobesila for 5 hours, Joe. Between now and 8 p.m., Sizobesila song. Entertainment, galore. That's my entertainment. You understand? So it's me. We're going to have DJs, and you're going to have Kabza the Small, we're going to have Deben Gogo, you're going to have Jazzy Disciples. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to have so much great time. But for now, to kick off this event, yes, to kick off this event all the way from Vosloorus. If mhlamba uyazi Vosloorus, alikho ikasi elinamahump njenge Vosloorus. Vosloorus kunamahump ekitchen, endlini nje. Uthi empedeni kune-hump, luckily alikho ikasi. I-hump ne-pothole zidlala abantwana. This guy is from there. Don't forget, use the hashtag #LoveLifeUnscripted. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all the way from Foslo and YFM, please welcome on stage DJ Zendi.
Suzisa, abantwana bangasile boyika, umamfene uyizalile igorida, kubobukwa, kubochidwa, isithunzi sami sindilandela kuTwitter. Ewe, ndifuna ukubishare, jabu clever ndifuna ukubishare. One sign of soul, nindiboleka imali undibhatala ngestory. Bolulwimi, kalomlomo, dinechinchi, dinemoto, ansadigi. Namuchini, da kingdom so Kolo yam zunta tundibege Uzunga zundiyege Kolo yam zunba delikeke we candy pay yeah now shake 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 shake.
What it is? What's up? Can you please keep filling up my cup? What it is? What's up? Cello, can we smoke up on up? What it is? What's up? I'ma take your shawty from the club. What it is? What's up? I'ma take your shawty from the club. Got your honey on a... Your girl chillin' in the cut. Got your honey on a... Your girl chillin' in the cut. I'm that little jiggy, that's why I got honeys. Too much with the drip, I call myself the tsunami. Yo, shawty love me, she's tryna cuff me. We in the club and she's tryna party with us, B. Do not get upset, you don't want no problems with us, B. I'ma take your shawty, look, there's nothing to discuss, B. When I start to whip, it just sounds too disgusting. Yeah, too disgusting. What it is? What's up? Can you please keep filling up my cup? What it is? What's up? Cello, can we smoke up on up? What it is? What's up? I'ma take your shawty from the club. What it is? What's up? I'ma take your shawty from the club.
Oh, mama nkoza ngabangani, begi kabangani, kherizeli span, push up press up. Oh, mama nkoza ngabangani, begi kabangani, kherizeli span, push up press up. Teaching kalagata, kalagata, teaching kalagata, kalagata, teaching kalagata, kalagata, teaching kalagata, kalagata. Bebangan tempo, abo buhle nabo tempo. Bega manje singing twem, but ngisebenzisa iCam. Bebangan tempo, abo buhle nabo tempo. Bega manje singing twem, but ngisebenzisa iCam. Imaganan, mina now was funny, indaba yakho funny, just like that funny. Should've known you're a Tembi, you were never there for me. Now you're on that low me, manje soap out my face. I was down, now I'm up, all the talk, but the dreads, but some long advantage. 24 in a day, let me a root, that exciting, dollars push, excel, all the trash that you say, you will pick it every day. Bebangan tempo, abo buhle nabo tempo. Bega manje singing twem, but ngisebenzisa iCam. Bebangan tempo, abo buhle nabo tempo. Bega
but she bad in December, yeah.
God body. Thank God for the summertime, for all the hotter dimes. You got it in the wintertime. Some are a little finer and some others are still alright. Many have gone thicker and slimmer, the rest is out of line. So clap for the team, busy time I'm members. Y'all was ready for December, even in September. Keep on starting on them through October to November. And make them bitches wanna hit the exit when you enter. Your mommies make us wanna break the budget and have proposals and discussions over touching something. Maybe take it to the crib and have a private function. And you could be my headliner for my deductions. With the utmost, I'd like to indulge you with much more than long strokes. But just know it's cause you've been good all year. But she bad in December. But she bad in December, yeah.
She been good all year, but she bad in December. But she bad in December, yeah. She's been good all year, but she bad in December. But she bad in December, yeah. Look at her losing all her models. Look at her drinking out them bottles. She's been good all year, but she bad in December. But she bad in December, yeah. She's been good all year, but she bad in December. But she bad in December.
I don't play that, take one for the
Clap for the team. Clap for the team. Busy time I'm members. Clap, clap. Clap, clap. Hey. Clap for the team. Clap for the team. Busy time I'm members. Clap, clap. Clap.
Hey, sickity, hire some help. Get ready to sickity, move to the Ritz, turn out the. It is what it is, yeah. GLE, cause that Lambo moving fast. S-Class, G-Class, lot of class. In a rocket, and that ain't got no tags. Louis bags in exchange for body bags, yeah. I'm sickity, hire some help. Get ready to. What it was, it is what it is. Whatever you did, it is what it is, and I'm so tired. For the mob, and I got ties. Knock you off to pay their tithes. They want me gone, but don't know why. It's too late for all that lovey-dovey. I'm your brother, all that other. It's too late for all that. It's too late for all that. Hey, it's too late for all that.
Mississippi putting it down. I'm the hottest round. I told y'all mother, y'all can't stop me now. Listen to me now. I'm lasting 20 rounds. And if you want me, then come on get me now. Is you with me now? Then biggie bounce. I know you dig the way I switch my style. Holla, holla. People sing around. Now people gather round. Now people jump around. Get your freak on. 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 Get your freak on.
Yes. Sure. Fere jumping, recurring as something. Resama ada kadipina za go strate. Hake cheche tlau solve Antona scantin. Lidi player mar le jola lidi kaftin. Big spender one and dine for my santin. Sanswa ki nyugu lidi pari za go skangen. Rim Jojo no, khale ba restante. Pusha di can get bus sweetie ba refate. The nyora li fihlile go ba swing boss. Enemies wanna be friends, le change aga spiti so. Vaga biki doch, ne lesa filisos. Nyukwet letzi di boss, no se le pisi boss. Eish, ke cheria. Nang shebela, eish, wano e karon patla ke le benekat. No stress le rona khale ba refbela. Sky lasha, listen to me, hako sebela. Baby, go boss agale, one dollar sweetie. I'd rather go high. You know I want you, baby, go boss agale. One dollar sweetie. I'd rather go high. Kale patula, tonight karota tula. Ubatla utlatse tafula, my baby ubatla chakula. Utete kale patula, tonight karota tula. Ubatla utlatse tafula, my baby ubatla chakula. Ah yes, baby go boss agale, one dollar sweetie. I'd rather go high. You know I want you, baby go boss agale, one dollar sweetie. I'd rather go high.
If you give it it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it, baby. If you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want.
Spun on my coin, spun on my coin. Spun on my coin, spun on my coin, spun on my coins.
Kushenye sound siyawa kumnandi khuphuka idust kanti nguba nongathukisana ngihamba nezami or I choose macala lokade forfaya insimbi nayasho nibhizi ngebham sifithi isipati kudabuka isaphi i-VIP yani sijiva nabantu sikhipha amajazi uyalazi udaba senge forfaya senge forfaya Got you for the fight. Mama sing it for the fight.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, it's that some, it's too much. It's one and no less. It's scree, it's too much. Same thing on my threads. I go for my hater. See you later. Bahamba my steps, ngihamba nge-elevator. Motivator, hip-hop / kwaito / what innovator, sathi taste maker, bambiza ngo Ricky oh shaya my beat ye haymaker, yana endaweni sithenga amabhodlela spitty pits, istyle sakho usithole ngithi WikiLeaks, Ricky elokishini bathi licky Cape Town bathi Ricky is very lit, been in the game for 10 years and I'm still in it, every time I drop a new stand, still in it, but when it beef, if there's a million it, Muhammad get golf, how is you killing it? I can't believe it, oh, I can't believe it, oh, I can't believe it, I can't believe it, oh,
Kushenye
serious to what? Maumacho, Amarosonto, what in Venice, Africa. I need to understand with much. Jangoba Pete is squadron. Yeah, Baba was done. Mokora past the bar, Bashage, Bayaba Bovats. I need money. Baba was down to good guys.
ngiphethe amacala busuku bonke ngiyakhala angisafuni ukuhlala kusayaminya amasayida kusayodakwa ngisayolahla ngathi anginandaba kusayojayva kuphuma ilanga uzogcina ongangibabanga ekuzojika amakhanda ekuzokhishwa amasala sizofika ngale namba.
Like a slave to the daylight. Bitches coming at you through the grapevine. Waste mine coming at me with a steak knife. What's beef? Beef is when you... Nah, forget it. That's not the vibe. You remind me of my cheek. I wanna ride. I've been thinking about you every 21 days. It's kinda ironic, 21 is your age. I needed somebody who could give me my spades. Only God could judge me, put respect on my name. Singing my praises make me feel like a king. But you ain't afraid to put me back in my place when I get stuck in my way. I can't get you out my mind. Oh baby, I need that water. Every time we say goodbye, I wish that I held you longer. Inside, harder, better, faster, stronger. Options make my heart go fonder. That's right, baby, I need you. You played it safe, I raised the bar. Amazing grace, I praise the Lord. Versace store, the world is yours. Monate so, paparazzi wanna fuck with a heavy on. Strashy in the cup with a camera phone. Every time we in the club, it's a family show. Take the trophy on, we the champions. Champions, 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 champions. Always knew you'd be on top again. Super mega, he on top again. Couple dollies in the cup for the ambiance. But you wildin', about to call you a maxi home. It's a classic night, Friday action night. Paid the price for everything that was sacrificed. For the bragging rights, I deserve this life. It's a perfect time to keep my circle tight. Flashing lights, plastic life. What's the verdict when I pull up at the traffic light? Who got the juice? Who got the juice? Somebody make me off, I can't refuse. The summer we on some other, let's act the fool. Do numbers like Cool Channel, we're absolute. Yeah. What it look like? Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Who got the juice? What it look like? Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Every time we pull up, it's a good time. Every time we pull up, it's a good time. It's a good time. What it look like? Every time we pull up, it's a good time.
Quali sicura posso paga mais. Sua conta para o pizza bonai. It's summertime, buddy. I see you got so that I'm a dice. Connect to positive energies and ladies moving at ease. Cheese a little bit. Smile for Jimmy, baby. Loosen up a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My
friend Z said, write something beautiful. She told me I should write something that resembles you. I guess she sorta knows I put you on the pedestal. I can't get you out my head, you on my head and shoulders. I guess you picture perfect like a camera focus. Snapping photos, a picture's worth 1,000 rumors. Told us we was on before we even started going. Pap smears, they saw it before we started showing. Even with the views, forget it, it's over. I can scream I love you in the very next moment. There's nothing above you but my son and my daughter. And the heavens around you, cause you are a goddess. Cause heaven knows you followed the due process. I drew a line in the ground before I crossed it. They try to tear us apart, they reinforced this. Cause you were born for a God, that's what the Lord says. Lord knows you're the one I love. Lord knows you're the one I love. There's no hate in you. Just soar to the sky, my love. Stand tall as you are, my love. There's no breaking you. Give all like you give your love. You're headstrong and you're filled with love. There's no changing you. Bring joy like Anita does. You bring joy like Anita does. So I'll wait for you. 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 Said I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. Said I'll wait. I'll wait for you. Said I'll wait. I'll wait for you.
Feet 5 4 farm like a giant, big moves when I walk. Presidential big speech, how I talk. Make a living straight from my thoughts, but I got too much on my head, too much on my plate. You just hold me back, need to share the weight. I need less headaches. No neta. I've been trying to keep it running. I already got like 99 problems. Whoa, need to relax, cause I breathe in, I breathe out. I need air, woosah. I take care of you, but I'm occupied and I hate to let you down. Girl, you're looking like a target. Yeah. Fat, got a pocket. Yeah. I don't talk it, I walk it. I've been looking at you like I'm stalking. Rolling weed in this right now. If you wanna leave, then we can go right now. Take my number, go and write that down. Ain't no need to get cuffed right now, cause you know I don't need no stress. When you lonely, send a text. And you always gon' be with me like the tattoos on my flesh. You know I don't need no stress. When you lonely, send a text. Trust me, I would cuff you, girl, but I know I don't need no stress.
Terry Manyor Ramting, double cups leading towards that thing. Bona, I'll give you next. You better go there when you see us in the building next. Yeah. Another round for the mommies who be rolling with us. I'm feeling good now, you know that it's about to go down. I see way. Yeah. 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 I see way.
Sure. Bro, tears. But why sit it down, Gizan? Okay, Ben. Siqale ngokubonga isupport bese sigive back state lama flow emali sezomema river bank angibe man of the match and hold a bigger check pandivika scrap esilfast esihlale zishine clear mic check 1 2 3 rounds nge 4 5 ngiyabona bayandropa mangithi ngicheck iscore line bansabotage abathenga ureferee but it's all right sinama lines mina phakama iflag ba offside akhuleka ithi sishaye isubstitute ifake lento nedlala ngamagama ne attitude idlingoma ngesliding check lekhala bo achu baphuma stretch game in masekhalifatu shangevalo ufakela isinyama uyangidunsela yamazi pro uze gas bazokugulela and when we blow bane ras but siyavuvuzela zwana khahla kushiharabu siyakupela yakhathazeka masifika kushifta ne mind state yatatazela moringa ngathi ku vibrate mangithatha ubheka ngithanda kufika kudala slan late ngizoniloga out maloku ngithempaka with my space eish kulani sekele okay abese ndashibeshele Dieting, let's go the whole day. Full on the second, you're wet. Okay, I listen, I see this. Dieting, let's go.
Hambangefura, la kuru, salamaju. Hambangefura, hambangefura, kalamaju. Hambangefura.
nenganeka su Drummy kodwa ungasabi sisikhonima Thanda no sex java kakhulu thatha uzongikhipha ebantwini hlala phansi bopubonda unelisithi yadura sex hlala phansi faki BBS big booty sexy mommy way hlala phansi faki BBS briga bofusele way hlala phansi faki BBS buga Pura Kalamaju Hambaga Pura La Puru Kalamaju Hambaga Pura Hambaga Pura
The whole time The whole time,
oh God, it's Major League.
Oh, I love a Zulu girl. Oh, I say, oh, I love a Zulu girl. Damn, I love a Zulu girl. Yeah, I said, damn, I love a Zulu girl. Except, we don't wanna one cent, yeah. We don't wanna one cent, yeah. Except, we don't wanna one cent, yeah. We don't wanna one cent, yeah. Except, we don't wanna one cent, yeah. We don't wanna one cent, yeah. Except. Okay, back. What's the demo? Back, it's a demo. Let's do this, yo. Hey, I'm with the boys in, toys in, noise in, 100 stacks, always in, make your honey frozen. So got me, no but I'm in. Why you want I'm in? When I'm up north, all they say is body man. Tell you try, cause we're proud, I try. Hey, when I hit it, I'm a single guy. Hey, I'm a single guy. Hey, I'm a poor guy, we are bad. 6 months, fella bag, some shy you tell you pet. Mong bonang ya swanga. Hey, mong bonang ya swanga. Hey, when I let it transfer gang, man just up. Hey, when I turn them lumps, so I'm home, namuya swanga. Oh, I love a Zulu girl. Oh, I say, oh, I love a Zulu girl. Oh, I say, oh, I love a Zulu girl. Oh, I say, oh, I love a Zulu girl. Oh, I say,
then it ain't Junior.
Everybody shooting out there. Killers at school with the good. Mind of a picture, you can catch me even there. Never been the type to keep it clear with the stuff. Ain't go back to no hole. All you try to let my home close. I just took a shot, need a photo. Gotta keep it clean with the cocoa. Busting out the bender, but the man. Gotta keep it clean, get it bare. I'm the man you try to bear. I'm the black James Bond, I'ma take your bill. She been dealing with a killer by the flick of the wrist. I just took a shot, need a photo. Gotta keep it clean with a cocoa. Got your girl screaming like, oh no. Got your girl screaming like, oh no. Been thinking about it all day. Been thinking about it all day. Been thinking about it all day. If you don't show up, girl, don't play. Been thinking about it all day. Been thinking about it all day.
Yeah, I've
Been thinking about it all day. If you don't show up, girl, don't play.
We be working all day long, we push our Spani. We ain't playing no games, Sabatavi, Ngani. We light up the party, Ngani. Jaiva Guse Guse, Nabangan Bang. Jaiva Guse Guse, Nabangan Bang.
Yeah, let's pick it up where we left off. It's for the have-nots. Y'all niggas mad soft. The undercarpet, the twara nesto. Pila richa feeling I don't wanna handsballer. Never barricade. Opute anache. Hostatale. Opute garage. This ain't a party. Kibulis ya monaja. Una need. Utwana li movies a karate. Kimangara fanso. Una li groove dance hall. Kina li preference. Kipata some sort. When I java tata kare motos na transport. Baby girl is sometimes. Arriba le va a spend a December. Oh, ay, Salas Land.
Yo, Cash. Oh, all these niggas really body. Oh, full of bags. I won't leave without it. Ooh, man, who got the block? Man, you know who got the block? Ooh, man, who got the block? Man, you know who got the block? Ooh.
You can act crazy if you want to. Just act stupid. I support you. Also, call on your vibe, call on your vibe, call on your vibe, call on your vibe.
Give it up for my boy DJ Zendi. DJ Zendi, ladies and gentlemen. Can catch him on YFM or for Sloras. I'm going to ask the first Sloras Ukashil. I'll take you to Mtala, man. Good in Ukashil, Zand. After the kick, you love life. Please buy a house, my out. It's okay right in. But anyway, yes, you can catch us on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. Our handles are live NGO. And use the hashtag Love Life Unscripted. Right now, we're going to introduce the CEO of Love Life, Dr. Linda Ngube Nkomo. Kabanga siyangena, siyapapa, sidalu music, siyajiva, mara ska ring the CEO. Here's Sibet.
Good afternoon, South Africa. My name is Dr. Linda Ngube Nkomo, and I'm the CEO of Love Life, the biggest youth health organization in South Africa. Before we talk about why we're hanging out today, please allow me to welcome the MEC for Health in Limpopo, Dr. Poppy Ramatuba, and Dr. Tato Chidarikire from the National Department of Health. I want to thank the National Department of Health for their continuous support in investing in the health and the future of Love Life, and through investing in Love Life, the future of the youth in South Africa. Thank you for making this virtual party for young people possible. I also want to thank all the people that are taking part in making sure the success of this party happens. The MC for today, Skumba, thank you. I want to thank all our DJs who availed themselves and the panelists who are going to be taking part in the round table. Now that the thanks and the protocols are out of the way, why are we here today? Today is the last day of June, the end of Youth Month. And Youth Month is usually a time where we're celebrating young people and what they've been able to achieve. But this Youth Month in 2020 has been a Youth Month that's different. It's been a Youth Month where we were indoors and all our events were done virtually. And it's been a Youth Month where, again, that horrible pandemic of gender-based violence has reared its ugly head. A new first in South Africa, where women are not only being killed, but their unborn babies are being killed. And the question becomes, what do we need to do? And I think the power to change gender-based violence in particular, and violence as a whole, lies in the hands of young people. What's the role you should be playing, can be playing, and must be playing for us to curb the scourge? First of all, let me talk to the young men. A lot of times, the perpetrators of violence, whether it's against women, whether it's against other young men, or whether it's self-harm, are young men. And so it's important that you are part of this conversation and are a part of the solution. And one of the practical things that you need to be doing for us to start turning the tide in the opposite direction. We cannot continue to be the rape capital of the world. And we cannot be saying, I'm proudly South African and living in the rape capital of the world. So young man, the first thing, if you're a perpetrator of violence and you know that your emotions, your anger gets the better of you, you need help. And where can you get this help in a confidential manner without anybody knowing that you're even asking for help? Love Life has a psychosocial contact center that you call. You send an SMS 083-323-1023, and a psychosocial worker will call you back and help you deal with the issues that make you think that you have got the right to lay your hand on another person. And while we're talking about that, some of the terms that need to leave your vocabulary, our woman. Our woman makes you think that a woman belongs to you, and a woman does not belong to you. They just coexist with you on planet Earth. The second thing, if you're not a perpetrator of violence, I can guarantee one of your friends, you know somebody who beats up their girlfriend, you know somebody who verbally abuses their girlfriend. The time has come for us to start calling out perpetrators of violence. And just tell them it is not on, it's not acceptable. That is not how we treat each other. And again, refer them for that psychosocial help by sending an SMS to 083 323 1023. And if you're a victim of gender-based violence, the first thing you need to do is to get help. Go to a health care service provider and get emergency help that can save your life by getting emergency contraceptives to deal with any unwanted pregnancies that are a result of the violation you may have experienced. And also post-exposure prophylaxis will make sure that any risk of contracting HIV or STIs is dealt with. Over and above that, call the Psychosocial Contact Center, because violation of any type is going to affect you mentally, and you're going to need all the support that you can have to deal with it. And if you know that your friend is in a violent or an abusive relationship, please be the safe space where they can talk about it. But it's got to be more than talking about it. It's got to be about, listen, girl, can we now go to the police and open a case? Can we get mental health support for you? What's it going to take for you to realize you are worth so much more than this? So as I've said before, all of us have got a role to play. It's not about government must bring in tougher laws. It's not just about we must shut down the country. It's about this is happening in our personal spaces, along our families, among our friends, among our communities, and we need to rise up and speak against gender-based violence. Now, as young people, I know that as much as there's serious things happening, you also want to have fun, and that's why we decided to have this event in this format. We'd like to hear your comments about it, so please tag us on Twitter, and the hashtag is LoveLifeUnscripted. And also on all our platforms, if you're not on Twitter, you'll find us on Facebook, you'll find us on Instagram, you're going to find us on our YouTube panel. But before I sign off, I want to really encourage you to realize that we're navigating an unlived reality before, so we don't have the script of how to navigate COVID-19. All we have are the guidelines that are being given to us by the World Health Organization, by our government, which are isolate for as long as you possibly can. Use a mask when you go out, and go out only when you have to. When you come back, remember to just make sure you're washing your hands for at least 20 seconds with warm water and with soap. And the impact of being indoors is really great. So please make sure that you are exercising. And when you feel overwhelmed, please send an SMS to 083 323 1023. We're here to help you navigate whatever challenges you may be facing at this point in your life, because we believe in you. We believe you are the future of South Africa, and we want to do our part empowering the future.
Thank you very much to our CEO, yes, Dr. Linda Ngubeng-Nkomo for those great words. Right now, go back to the entertainment section. Don't forget to use the hashtag LoveLifeUnscripted. Right now, she's from Devon, but manje ngithi uqashile Midrand and uyazi modlala Midrand awuna finish. So she really needs this gig. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Devon Gogo Azishe.
Njengoba nje sekutshela sithanda sami uthi mangenze njani. Njengoba nje sekutshela mntana uthi mangenze njani. Uthela izolo uyangishiya mntana uthi mangenze njani. Uthela izolo uyangishiya labiba uthi mangenze njani.
Njalo njalo sihamba sifuna impumelelo, sifuna impumelelo. Njalo njalo sihamba sifuna impumelelo, sifuna impumelelo. Njalo 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 siyahamba sifuna impumelelo. Njalo 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 siyahamba sifuna impumelelo. Njalo njalo sihamba sifuna impumelelo, sifuna impumelelo. Njalo njalo sihamba sifuna impumelelo, sifuna impumelelo. Njalo 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 siyahamba sifuna impumelelo. Njalo 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 siyahamba sifuna impumelelo.
mama yo. Sarafina, Sarafina mama ye. Sarafina, Sarafina mama yo. Sarafina, 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 you're the one. Sarafina, you're the one. Sarafina, you're the one. Sarafina, you're the one. You're the one. If my heart was a competition, you would be my winner. If I had to have a meal, you would be my dinner. Sarafina, 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 you're the one. Sarafina, you're the one. Sarafina, 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 you're the one. Sarafina, 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 you're the one. As beautiful as ever, I wouldn't wanna let you down. You deserve to be called a woman, I wouldn't wanna see you frown. Sarafina, Sarafina, I don't wanna let you go. You're the one, number one, wouldn't wanna let you go. No, no, no. Sarafina, 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 you're the one. Sarafina, 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 you're the one.
a chance on me. Let me show you good times, baby. Take a chance on us. Take a chance on us. But as for me, you're the one in my heart. Time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. But as for me, you're the one in my heart. Time will come to the end. I'ma always be right by your side. I know you're the one. I know our time will come. I feel you in my heart. I see you in my dreams. I keep you in my breath.
bakho kwaphenduka isono khokhele yakhe injabulo khokhele yakhe intando ngizwa bathi abasakwazekhaya ngizwa bathi nomama uyakhala ingane iyakhala ikhumbula umama ikhala inyembezi amehlo mfula ubuhle bakho kwaphenduka isono khokhele yakhe injabulo khokhele yakhe intando
parar coco de ropa muña.
Ngizwa bathi abasakwasekhaya, ngizwa bathi nomama uyakhala, ingane iyakhala, ikhumbula umama ikhala inyembezi, amehlo ngifula. Ubuhle bakho maphenduka isono, khokhele yakhe injabulo, khokhele yakhe intando.
Okay. Yes, and gentlemen, that is Devin Gogo. Please just show us some love on your comment section. Comment here using the hashtag live unscripted. Thank you very much, Sisine. I know ukuthi uhlala emitrend and uhlala uyiwani ngiyazwakala la ngizovakasha ngisiplomele no Devin Gogo. Mhlawumbe uzongixoxela a thing or two. we go to the reason why we are all logged in right now. Whether from Facebook, whether we are in Twitter, Periscope, whether we are on YouTube, this is the reason why you are here. The roundtable conversation that is hosted by Uchinet Muleko. Please enjoy and learn a thing or two. That you agree with, or you don't even agree with, please comment here. Comment here. Tell us how you feel about the whole roundtable conversation. We're using the hashtag #LoveLive Unscripted Zasha.
The primary theme on social media platforms in the past couple of weeks across the country has really been linked to calls for action against gender-based violence, with a lot of survivors speaking up, but not just speaking up really boldly. While research also shows that it is the males that are commenting more on these social media platforms, it is women that are driving the narrative and really talking about the time is come, the time is now to value the lives of women, not just in South Africa, but all over the world. The brutal killing of Tsegofatso Pule continues to just manifest this narrative, showcasing that gender-based violence, it is something that is quite serious. Hence, I mentioned it as an epidemic. It really affects all facets of our lives, whether we like it or not. So today we're going to be talking about gender-based violence, the impact it has on the health system, what are its drivers, what are its causes, and how do we deal with this? To tackle this very sensitive topic and serious topic, I'm joined by my lovely panel. My name is Janet Mulekwa, and joining me today, I have Kabelo Malefani, who is Camp Sizanani Life Skills Program Director. Kabelo is no stranger to the love and passion for community and youth development. He has over 10 years' experience developing programs that really challenge young people to be the best versions of themselves. Also joining me, needing very little introduction, is Portia Modise, who is the former Banyana Banyana captain who proudly represented the South African women's national football team at the 2012 London Olympics. We will then also have Sipiwe Mtimkulu, who actually is a beneficiary of Kabelo's program. He's going to be talking to us, representing all the young people in the country. And then next to me, I have Arlene August, who is an author, a speaker, as well as an influencer. We also have Ntsikelelo Nyawoza, who is a football player for the very popular club Orlando Pirates and plays defender. So welcome all of you. So I think the first port of call would be, I'd like to get an understanding of your take on what gender-based violence is.
My understanding on gender-based violence, personal understanding, is something that's like women who are being abused sexually, physically, and the stats always increases every year when it comes to the GBV. When you take a look, women who have been killed, women who have been raped, it's something that has to be taught in our nation, and something that has to be taken in consideration. It's something that the nation has to teach the young ones, like the young men, the adults, older men, about the GBV. So it's something that is very critical in the country, and it's something that has to be taught us as a nation, so that we can try and decrease the stats of the gender-based violence.
I'm very happy that you brought about the gender stereotypes and gender roles. And Aline, I'd like to bring you into the conversation at this point. Do you think that there is enough being said around how the health system actually can support women who experience gender-based violence?
I don't think so. Probably not right now because of the numbers that we're seeing and the statistics that we're seeing. I think if enough was being done and there was more awareness around it and more education around it, I don't think we would be seeing the numbers that we do.
Because obviously there is a certain level of care that a woman that experiences this would require, whether it be physical, psychological, or even mental. And Portia, maybe you can touch on a little bit about, just gender stereotypes, especially in the LGBTQ plus community, where gender-based violence is concerned. Is it something that also rears its ugly head? Is it something that is hidden? Does it happen? Just tell us a little bit more about that.
I think it's something that is still happening in our township, where we're being abused as women, especially when you're gay, because I do believe LGBTIQ is not really doing enough job to reach our communities and try to make those projects and make our community understand who are we. Because even our parents, they don't understand who are we. So we really need to make them understand who are we. And it's going to be a big job for me as a gay woman trying to make my whole community to understand who am I. And while there's other kids who are growing up in the same situation like me and they don't even know what to do, I think LGBTI needs to involve themselves in our community. If they could do that, and also reach out in schools, because there are a lot of kids in schools who are gay, but they really don't know how to act. They don't know how to be themselves, because other kids, they judge them, and sometimes you feel that is wrong to be the person that you are, because you still find kids who are still stereotyped, and they're hearing from their parents at home. When parents see us, some of them, they say, "Hey, satanism." I'm thinking, "Yimu Satan." I wake up today, people decide good time satanism. I will never wake up in a day just because I'm gay. I didn't choose to be the person that I am.
I also think how we look at the whole topic brings it forth to say, are we actually sending the right message out there? When we say Kabelo was mugged coming out of a bar, coming out of the bar should not be the focus point, but the focus point should be Kabelo was mugged. So if we are going to say she was raped, and then we say she was raped because she was raped and is a lesbian woman, what focus do we want the community to start listening? And these things we learn as we grow, and right now we are in the scourge of gender-based violence. I see people marching left, right, and center. It is fair. But looking at gender, are we actually raising the fact that only one gender right now is the one that is under attack or under siege, which is the female gender? Because then the female gender is not killing the male gender so that it can be gender violence. But right now, what we are looking at is femicide that has been happening. So when we do these marches, when we do these talks, are people aware that when we say gender violence, we are also saying the center of our attention is the female violence that is happening in the communities that we live in? And getting that support from the LGBTI community, from churches, from every other aspect of, from the sports people, from every other aspect of our community to say we are aware. We've been seeing how we are talking about Black Lives Matter. We've seen the English Premier League players wearing those t-shirts. Do we even have talks about that? So imagine being black and belonging to the LGBTI community. How hard is it? And also being female on top of that. So these things, we need to be able to be saying, we are able to break them down. And when we talk about gender violence, are we actually talking about femicide that is being happening to the women that we are living with? And I am here as a man, not only here to talk about femicide, because I wouldn't be here knowing what women go through on a daily basis, but I can at least attest to what us as young people, as young men, as fathers, as uncles are planning to do, instead of just hashtags to say these are the hashtags that we want to support, but what is it that we want to be doing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think still continuing with the theme of gender roles and what society wants to, you because you're a woman, you're supposed to be taking on this role, and because you're a man, you're supposed to be taking, another role. And linking it to obviously the health services. You obviously have a program that teaches young boys so that by the time they become men, they understand that you don't actually have to stick to those stereotypical gender roles. But how important is it to make sure that the kind of programs that you offer also are linked then to like a local clinic, so that when someone actually visits a local clinic, they're not just getting the physical, medicinal help that they need, but there is programs that actually focuses on addressing one of the drivers, which is really the inequalities around gender roles.
The program, most of the schools that we work with in the Greater Alex, Soweto areas, we are working with schools. And then what we also do is we make sure we have a database of our own linkages, where if a young girl comes or if a young boy comes and says, I've been abused, whether it be at home, it be at school, we can then refer you to social workers who will be able to work with you. Even in the program itself, Camp Sizanani Life Girls, where I work as the camp manager, we have social workers who are working in the office, and we are also linked with Wits University that offers us its social work students to come and assist us in terms of the numbers that we get so that all the kids can benefit from it. But when it comes to health services, we have not yet built strong linkages where we know that if a young girl says, I want to start with my contraceptives, or prevention pills, contraceptives, how is this young girl going to go about it to say, we have a doctor or we have a sister in such a clinic that you can go to? So these are some of the things that we are now looking into to say, to make it a holistical approach, to say, girls, services are there, boys, services are there. And when you talk about menstruation, when you talk about anything that has to do with health, you don't even have to separate the groups. You don't even have to say, this topic is for the boys, this topic is for the girls. Because at the end of the day, these boys will be men and they'll be fathers and they'll be raising daughters. So what is it? We are already saying, let's break down the stereotypes so that as soon as the stereotypes are broken, we know that we are going to have men who know and who are going to raise their kids the right way. Because right now, we are having men who are fixing the mistakes of our parents who are shutting us out when things were happening at home. So yeah.
I think we all know that when we talk gender-based violence, obviously the transgressors are mostly men and the survivors are women. But I think what is quite scary is that a lot of the time, the transgressor is someone that the survivor actually knows very personally or even intimately. And Aline, I want you to just come in and tell us a little bit about your story, and what I'd like to get out of it is, how did you manage to survive? What kind of support did you have, so that if someone else could be in a similar situation, they sort of know which doors to go knocking on?
So when I was 17, my father killed my mother and killed himself. And I didn't have support, to be honest with you. I didn't have any support. I didn't know who to speak to. I remember going once to school and I did a speech, and one teacher asked me, like, are you okay? What's happening at home? Who's looking after you? And we didn't have any family that had stepped up to help us. I think, you know, just the nature of the situation brings out so much shame and so much embarrassment, you know, and I think my family was very embarrassed. My mother's family was very hurt. And also my family, the demographic is my mother was from Swaziland, my dad was from KZN, so everybody was very split up. We were the only family in Johannesburg. So everybody kind of went their way, and they were also dealing with their own hurt, their own heartbreak, and didn't know how to support me and my brother at that time. I went to school the one day, and one of the teachers had said, go and see the guidance counselor, speak to him and tell him what you're going through. And I spoke to him once and nobody checked up on me again. And I didn't have the courage to go back and say, I really need to speak to someone. I'm going through this is what's happening at home. And I kind of dealt with it myself and went through a lot of things over the years, very rebellious, a lot of drinking, a lot of relationships, a lot of sex that shouldn't have been happening as well, because I was now in a child-headed home. And I was the head of that home. My brother was also dealing with his own things. So a couple of years went by, and eventually I've had a friend that took me to church with her, and at this church I found the support that I was looking for.
I'm so happy that you found some level of support, because I think even the effects of gender-based violence leading obviously to a child-headed household is something that society needs to really grapple with and understand that as much the effects are not just a blue eye or someone landing up in hospital. You can actually have very dire consequences as a result of gender-based violence.
I think the thing for me is, you know, when I think about it, I was telling my husband as well, it's so generational. It affects me, it affects my husband, it affects my son, my son's children. It's not just me. So I remember the once my mother came to me and said, your father says he wants to kill me. Do you think he'd really do that? And I didn't think he would. I didn't think that he would go to that extent, you know? I mean, he was my father. I would never, I never wanted to think that he could do that.
Something like that, yeah.
And I also, because of that, didn't speak out. Before, I wish I had said to someone, you know, my mother's going through this. She thinks that her life is in danger. I don't think she also thought that her life was in danger, you know, because she lived with this man, married to him for 21 years. And it was also, it's a thing of, he was a man who had all this pride, and she had had an affair and said that she was going to leave him. And that was the reason that he did it. So I think, you know, if there's anything that I could put out there to anyone, is speak up and say. Even if you are not the person that is in the abusive situation, if it's your mom, if it's your friend, if you have any sort of inkling that anyone is going through this, speak up, and hopefully somebody can do something to help that person so that nobody dies. Many people survive, and I am a survivor of, you know, kind of like a, how can I say, a circumstance of it, you know. I survived this thing, but my mother's gone. I'll never see my mother again. I'll never see my father again. And like I say, it's generational. It affects generations. And I spoke to someone on my Instagram, had shared a post and said, you know, all the stuff going on about gender-based violence, I didn't realize I am a victim of it. My mother is a victim of it. I would never ever in my life have thought that my mother was abused, but she was. She was abused, and I am a survivor of that. Unfortunately, she didn't survive. And somebody had inboxed me and said, you know, the same thing happened to me. My mother's boyfriend killed her, but my family has said, don't say anything because it's too shameful. Don't tell your husband, don't tell your kids, don't tell anyone because of the stigma that comes with that. And I think it's conversations like this that have to happen. People need to know that this is what's happening, and this is what's gonna help save lives.
Absolutely. And I also think that when you read a lot about pandemics and crises, you read that gender-based violence actually increases quite acutely during a time of a crisis. And obviously with COVID-19, people being isolated, you know, like you're saying, it's very important to speak up, and people really need to listen to people as they speak up. But what do women then do when they are actually forced to then be isolated with the very said abuser, as is the case with the COVID-19 pandemic?
I think the other thing that women that do that I find it so wrong is it's that pride of not wanting to share, not wanting other people to know what you're facing, because you're dating this gabadia that has got money, there's always status in the house. So when the neighbor's starting to know what's going on in your home, you're starting to feel that you're not going to get the respect that you've been, you know, getting in the community. Gandhi, women, they need to speak out. You know, I think Nama being in the victim, you know, in women's football, where I speak out for women, I say what I want to say. It's not like I'm disrespecting, I'm saying our experience, our experiences in women's football. Whereas we playing for Banyana, there's Bafana. When they get called up, when you get in the national team, there's a calling fee for you to be in the camp. But for us, it's like for free. But we're doing one thing. Then come daily allowance, you guys are getting 1,000, we're getting 200. Who said we don't have any responsibilities? Who said one day, man, as a woman, I don't want to get married and have kids and be able to support my kids? Who said I want to rely to men all the time? But when men see us, they think we are these things that we need to be in the kitchen and probably cook and be slaves. I once said, I'm not going to stop, you know, to be this voice of women, because if you're thinking, I need to keep quiet just because I need to sleep with you, there are women who do that, and they are sellouts to us, because everywhere we go, we find those women who did that in the past. Nati, in this generation, we think if we need to get that position, in order for me, it needs to stop. It needs to stop, because even women, they suppress us sometimes. Those women who have power, those who've been getting the position, they know they don't deserve it, they got it wrongly. When you start to speak out as a woman, the first person who closed the door is that woman. Now, you start to ask yourself, if women also starting to close doors for us, where should I go to get help?
Yeah, and I think it goes beyond the from like a professional perspective. It actually really needs to go deep down into what society does to actually entrench these gender roles. And I think I'd like for us to just touch on the relationship that especially men have with their mothers. Because when you find that someone, a boy has violated a woman, the person that actually rises to support them and defend them is usually the mom. If he gets arrested, the first person to post bail is his mother. The first person to come to jail and bring him cigarettes is the mother. And I think speaking to Portia's point, so I'd like to hear from the guys in terms of relationship with mothers. How can that be utilized to really entrench the message that this is unacceptable and it should really stop?
Yeah, getting to that point, much as well, we also saying that we must teach the men. We also have to teach the woman, you understand, the mother of the child. This is gender-based violence. This is what's happening, you understand. So, cela ufundisa abantwana bakho ngendlela e-right mama. Baba, nawe ngicela ufundisa abantwana bakho ngendlela e-right. Kulaya khona at the communities, you go to a boy. That boy has been raised by a wonderful mother. That mother is supportive. But did you go to that boy one-on-one session? Did you sit with that boy and ask that boy, what is the problem? What makes you to put a hand to your girlfriend? Or you must try and understand and have one-on-one sessions with the boy or with the man. Maybe that man is going through things like abazali bakhe beba abusive. Wakhula nayo leyo nto leyo azange khona ukufundisa abantwana bakhe. Understand? So it's something that you also have to have what can I say, workshops. You understand? Create workshops in my communities, in my cars. And as a sports person, as a professional footballer, abantu men, a sports, I can relate with Portia. He knows, she knows. When it comes to that, sports, abantu baba free. You understand, especially men, because sports brings people together. So it's whereby when I sit there and talk to them, they're gonna be free. They're gonna talk about football. I'm gonna joke with them with football, but hence while we're also talking about the issue of their gender-based violence. I think that person is going to be comfortable in that way to speak to me when we have those workshops in the communities. I think also that it will try to reduce the situation. Yeah.
And then when just in support of that, to say relationships of mothers and their boys, we see it as a community to say mothers and those nurturing people. And we also need to, with me growing up, I was like, if my mother is the nurturing one, I also need to be the nurturing one. I want my child to be able to not say, I love my dad more or I love my mom more, but to realize that I have parents who are here to bring me up in the right ways. So the first time your child comes and says, Mama, this is what I've done, that needs to be the one that sets up the principle to say, I will not be tolerating this. You did the crime, you'll do the time. I love you, but I also need to bear the consequences that you have done. And maybe I'm talking this because I was raised, my teenage years, my mom was there, then they separated with my dad. And I decided to stay with my dad, who was a wonderful man. And when my mom came back, my dad took him in. And I was like, hey, Bana, what just happened? Because we were crushed as boys. It was me and my brother. We were crushed and we didn't understand this divorce or this separation. And all of a sudden, my mom is back. She's in our lives now. We are happy. And it got us to be doing other things that we were not doing when my dad was alone. We started drinking. I started drinking. And my dad was like, but you were not drinking when I was with you. But this was me saying, I'm taking back what I have lost, or I'm retaliating against this thing because I didn't have anyone to talk to. So mothers, as much as they are mothers, they also need to know, we won't be taking any sides. I have a brother. I will always say to my mom, how many times do you check on him? Maybe 3 times in a week. And me, no, Gabelo, I know you are good. Why do you check on my brother then? It's because chances of my brother being in trouble are always higher than me because of the choices that I've made growing up. So parents just need to come to the ball and say, this is what I'm not going to tolerate and this is what I'm going to tolerate when it comes to raising children. I'm raising my kids to fix some of the things that were done to me when I was growing up. And I will not stop, so that when my kids become the men that they become one day, they don't have so much fixing to be doing, but they get to enjoy their lives and become the children or become the adults the world deserves.
Better adults.
Better versions, yeah.
I think what I'm getting from the panel is that this is a multifaceted problem that needs multifaceted solutions. It can't just be a one type of fix for it. But Spiwe, tell me, if you as a young man would be able to go to a soccer game and that platform is utilized to educate you and to give you information and you're able to express yourself, is that an opportunity that you would take up?
Yes, I'd take up such a opportunity, because with such a problem, it needs, as a young person, it needs you to get people that can help you, that people that you can speak to. Because one thing that I personally think that fails young individual is the family structure itself. If the family structure itself is not good, it's hard as a young man to even dismantle the gender norms that you are taught in society. So that's when, if I had to meet Butnyamuza as an aspiring soccer player and say, I want to be a soccer player, and he's a professional soccer player, he speaks to me about these things, it's easier for me to even have the awareness and also teach my peers about it, rather than just being there.
Absolutely. And I think, we see a lot of men marching, women marching. Everybody is sort of like doing something. So I think as a country, we might have an adequate response to the problem. But what are some of the things that can be done to actually prevent, this from ever occurring? Because I think that's where we sort of lacking.
I think from my side, what I would say is, just as a person, the difference that you can make is to be diligent and keep an eye on the people around you, the people that you love, maybe even your co-workers and people at the office, and just be observant and say, okay, I can see maybe something is wrong here with Jeanette. Jeanette's not herself the way she used to be. I see a few bruises here and there, even though she's not saying anything. Let me ask. And even if Jeanette says no, still do something. I think if we as third parties could do something for the people that aren't brave enough to speak out for themselves, and that also aren't able to speak out for themselves. I mean, like Portia was saying, some women can't speak out because their men are their financial support. They won't have a roof over their head. They're worried that their kids might be taken away from them. Everybody has different circumstances. If you could be the eyes, the ears, and the mouth for somebody else, it could be, if every person could do that, it would make the world of difference, I think.
I think also letting people know that you are there if they need to talk, rather than you always being the one going to ask, but saying to them, if you need to talk, just know I am here. And checking up on our friends, as we were talking about the lockdown, the first stages of it, how severe it was, being locked in the house with the same person. Just a simple message just to check on people. I think that can be the start. And also, family structure, as Spiwe was saying, if you can't find anyone within your family that you can connect with, there's a million other people out there. Find that one person, because it's always important to have someone to talk to, rather than to shut yourself up and just write everything in a diary. It is good, but you also need someone who will talk back to you and say, look, don't get tired yet. You can move out of home, you can go to the police station, there is services that can help you. Some people, we are talking about looking for jobs, and someone says, we won't get those jobs. And you actually ask the person, did you apply? Say, no, I didn't, but so-and-so applied and they didn't get it. And you're like, you are not so-and-so. Remember, you are unique, you are special. Go and apply and see what happens when you are the one who's applying. So people need that to say, let's motivate each other, let's talk, and just know that someone is out there ready to listen to your cry.
I think also, the role of our parents, it plays a huge role, to kids. The more parents they get involved in their lives, kids, they will never be ignorant. They will know what is going on. They will even see a little change in their kids when it starts to happen. But if parents, now we grow up, the people, they will say, hey, Portia, I'll shy 100 goals. My mom will like, yeah? Oh, you never even give yourself a chance to go to a stadium ayong supporter. But black people, they don't understand what their presence to us. It means a lot. And sometimes when you have a problem at home, they're like, "Ungawari, you'll be okay." No one really pays an attention and say, "Joe, talk to me. Like, I need to know what's going on." Oh, if you don't want to talk to me, go next door. Yeah, there's Uputi Banban. Go speak to that person because we're really worried about you. Instead, when you start to they're like, "Stop sulking, when you'll be okay." Because you grow up with people now, they were dealing with their problems like that. So if you're not gonna have that one, a car that is gonna be open-minded and move with time, those who are stereotypes sitting there, you're still gonna be stereotyping this generation. Because you're still gonna live this life that your parents lived. But if your sisters, that's when okula nabo, they learning, they changing with time, those ones, they will help you.
Coming to that, Portia, when I was growing up, I come from in the East End, Vosloorus, no? So when you grow up, you play football, and football installs what? Discipline. You hear where you are because of
discipline.
And football, you focused on that, and it's your talent. So if you install that in the communities, sports, it brings people together. And you talk about gender-based violence. While as you install sports to the communities, it brings people together. Discipline, sports goes along. You understand? So I'm here where I'm at right now because of I chose. You understand? Football, it brought me where I am. Discipline. Also that can help the communities. It can be a solution as well. While as you bring sports, you also bring gender-based violence, teaching, because it brings people together. You understand?
Absolutely. And also this COVID-19, it gives people an opportunity to really see their household, which they are okay now. Are you playing a good job as a parent? Are you holding your house well? Because while we're still not having COVID-19, I will see my parents, Bapuma 5, Babuya 6, they don't even talk. My father is in another room, my mother is in another room. We're thinking everything is okay. But now it's everyone. Now everyone needs to communicate, and that communication was never built. Now you're trying to build this communication in this COVID-19, and nothing is going well because now you never play a role. Every time when as a father you just drop the money, the mother will take the kids out. When you're not playing a role, your role is to drop money. When you always have things to do with your friends. So now in this COVID-19, probably that is why there's a lot of abuse, because now people, they're facing reality in their households.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I mean, like we had mentioned earlier on, it's the abuse grows and thrives in isolation, and we can't see each other. Even if you live in a block of flats, you can't really see your neighbors unless you're going out and taking the rubbish out. You know, you can't even see each other through the windows unless you're really close. So I think that's also why we're seeing a rise in the numbers now, is because of that isolation, because there isn't accountability right now.
No, absolutely. Arlene, thank you so much for just having the bravery to share your story. I think there is something that people sort of take for granted around a problem shared could actually be a problem halved. And I think when women and other people hear stories like yours, they will definitely get some motivation from it. And like you said, you are now carrying the effects of the gender-based violence that actually occurred in your family. But I also think that you have the power to also make sure that you bring it to a complete stop. And you've written a book. I want you to just tell us a little bit about the book and how you think it can help other women.
So my book's name is called Daddy's Girl, and the subtitle is The Pursuit of Acceptance, because acceptance is something that I always struggled with. I always felt like I was rejected by my father as well, who chose death over his family. My book is about my journey from that night, the night that my parents passed away, up until basically where I am now, and basically how I got to where I am now and how God got me there. For me, everything is, I give all the glory to God. I wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for Him, and if it wasn't for the people that He put along my journey.
And what is your motivation for writing the book? What made you go, I feel this is a story that needs to be told, and the medium obviously being literature. What made you choose that?
So my trailblazer is my husband. My husband wrote a book before I did, and he always said to me, you must share your story, you must share your story. And over the years, I'd started a blog and would write on my blog and share a few lessons here and there. And I saw how sharing my lessons impacted people. It's just, I wanted to be a beacon of hope. I want people to know that whatever you went through, whatever your circumstances were, whatever situation you found yourself in, it doesn't define you. And I hope and pray that whoever reads this book and who sees this video will go with that same message and that same hope.
No, that's fantastic, and thank you once again for sharing. We obviously don't want this to just be a talk shop. We want to have tangible solutions and a way forward based on our conversation. As Arlene, mentioned, you do want to leave some kind of a legacy. So I think for our chat as well, we do want to see some outcomes. And I think to wrap it up, I'm going to ask each of you to just give me your final thoughts on the topic of gender-based violence.
Okay, so my final say is that people should talk out there and look out for organizations that are doing great work on the ground in trying to help the government in curbing gender-based violence, in having topics of discussion. And if you want to know more about the organization that I work for, which is currently doing online sessions with children because we can't be meeting, it's called Camp Sizanani Life Skills on Facebook, and it's at Camp Sizanani on Twitter. So just follow us or just send us a message and we'll send you our WhatsApp directions on what to do. So thank you so much, and keep safe and stay quarantined.
I just want to say, we need to bring back Ubuntu. As South Africans, we normally say, we're talking about Ubuntu, unity. I think we need to bring that. The way sasakhula ngakhona thina, umakhelwane mekumzali wami. Ubhuti wase next door mekubhuti wami. It was difficult for me to off-ramp as a kid because I had a lot of parents in my township. So I think if we could go back there, make sure ukuthi siyabambisana as black people, we support each other with whatever struggles that we have. And I will say to women, you need to start to support each other. Because the more you guys pulling away from each other, you're giving these men power, to overpower us. Let's bring back that voice as women. Let's stand together. Let's show Nati we deserve a stand in this country. Because without that, Mamela, we're still going to face what we're facing as women.
Yes, from my side, my final say is that the best place or the best way to unlearn or learn is at school for young people. I'll speak for young people, is that the educational system needs to be restructured or needs to implement new things so that we can unlearn what we learn in the society so that we can become better versions of ourselves and not perpetuate the problem as it is. So yeah, that's my final say.
My final say would be to speak up if something is happening to you. If you are being abused, it's not your fault. It's not anything that you've done that makes you deserve to be abused. If you are somebody that is around a person that looks like they're being abused, also speak up. Like we said, avail yourself and say, I'm here if you want to talk, I'm here if you need help. And yeah, just know that you don't deserve it and that you are worth so much more than that.
And my final say, I'd say I am a defender. So if you're a defender, anything bad or wrong, you'll defend against it. So it is my job to defend against bad things that are happening in the society. I stand against gender-based violence. I am an icon. It is my job. I think it's my calling as well to help the society, the young ones that are growing. It is my job to teach what's good, what's bad. So what we had right now, we all had a mouthful. So what I'm saying, my final conclusion and solution is we should run projects that will help the environment, to help the communities.
I'd like to really thank all of you for just taking your time out today and having this very important conversation. I think what has really come out of this session is the fact that for gender-based violence to actually be dealt with accurately and sufficiently, all hands needs to be on deck. Based on our conversation this afternoon, I think some of the salient points that have come through focus on access to health services for both men and women. Remember that health services are not just about physical healing where you go to a clinic and you get medication. If you have stress, if you have anxiety, so issues around mental strength, mental health, you can still go to a clinic and access services that can help you deal with various situations instead of just allowing your emotions to take over. I think something that's also very critical that came up is utilizing sports, for example, to communicate to young men, to make young men better versions of themselves, but also collaboration. There's definitely power, very great power in collaboration where you can find programs that are being run in communities, but also being accessible at a local clinic level. I think that the effects of gender-based violence come in various shapes and forms, and our panel today touched on the various effects that gender-based violence has on communities. Families, it's about time that we sit down and we have honest conversations around how we are treating each other, making sure that we are raising children that understand that something like gender-based violence is something that really needs to be dealt with and is something that should not be acceptable. But to the transgressors, who are mostly males, for you to not be criticized on social media and in the news for the lack of support, start having honest conversations with yourselves. Access the clinics. If you are under stress, experiencing anxiety, visit your local clinic, access your health services.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguNonkululeko Cibekhulu.
Lethiwe ngaKhumalo.
Thembisa ngakwaNgcobo.
Ngunelisiwe Wandlovu.
Ngunosize Nguni, eGramba Casa Love Life, ngisesithebe clinic. Esithebe clinic ikliniki youth friendly kakhulu, iyayamkela youth noma bengasikhatsini, and ama-services akhona maningi. Kwazise uma ufuna ukuhlela, ufuna ukucheck-a o-HIV, o-STIs, nje yonke leyo nto leyo, ikliniki ikhona, i-available, and iyawa-offerisha lawo ma-services.
Namhlanje ngizonibalulela ama-service aprovidwa ngaphansi kwe-Claremont Clinic. E-Claremont Clinic siprovida i-youth zone ebizwa nge-happy hour, lapho sisebenzisa khona uLesithathu noLesihlanu past 2 kuya ku-3, lapho khona osebenzisana khona nami as i-groundbreaker, uphinde usebenze no-nurse osebenzisana ne-youth, oprovide nama-contraceptives, aphinde andalulele nje if uneyinkinga ekhaya obhekana nazo o-gender-based violence, aphinde akwazi ukuthi akusize lapho.
As we're wrapping up Youth Month, we have seen ukuthi gender-based violence ibe nama-cases amaningi. So, thina into esiyenzako clinic, we offer services to such people who are victims of gender-based violence, especially those who are raped. When it comes to the clinic, Tina, as a Love Life groundbreaker, we refer you from a social worker, even call on your behalf to come and help you. And then the clinic, they give you a PEP, which is an emergency pill, which will help you if you HIV positive. PEP will help you with HIV ingabuyeli.
Ngivakashela iy'kole ngiyofundisa about gender ukuba bayithibe futhi laba abasebahlulekile uyithiba benze ucansi oluphephile. We mostly have ama-youth festival just ukuthi bakhiphe bebhizi bengalokhu bacabanga izinto wrong since basayi-youth. Bese ngisiza nalezi ngane ey'hlukumezekile, kungaba semakhaya, kungaba kuma-partners abo. Abanye thola ukuthi usehlukumezekile wangena kuma-drugs, akasazi ukuthi uzophuma kanjani. Ngingenelela lapho-ke ke mina ukuthi ngixoxa naye mase ngimreferya kuma-social workers.
Siba ne-youth zone lapho khona ehlangana sonke njengentsha ukuze sikwazi ukukhuluma ngala ma-topics. Mhlawumbe unembuzo ungakwazi ukuthi uphamise umbuzo wakho, ngikwazi ukuthi ngiwuphendule lo mbuzo wakho. Mengabe
Bakhayetu,
Our new dawn urges us not to go back to our normal way of life, but rather that once the pandemic subsides and we grieve everyone and everything we have lost, we must, together and without delay, begin to build a better life.
The youth have been chosen to lead our country into this new century, and as we begin to look towards the future and far into the horizon, we see the break of our dawn, and in the distance can hear triumphant voices sing, Ngosi, Sigeleli Afrika. We will continue to empower young boys to deal better with life's challenges. Morena, Boloka Setjhaba sa heso. The shadows of our singing voices draw closer and louder.
8 Diplofan answer here now and there. As we look up, Sia Kulisi, Trevor Noah, Zuzibini Tunzi, Shaw Majosi, Chad Little, Casta Semenya, Dr. Nogukanya Kanyile, Gwen Ngwenya, Gabsa the Small, our GBs and Mbinjis, amongst many other celebrities. Nami, Nawe, Song and Anthem sounds to call to come together. For this too is their achievement.
Right now, we go back to entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, the next performer I'm going to bring on stage, very vocal, very strong, and I got Spice Killen. Since I figure in Alana, won't come into Tugil. Yes, why? Because she's strong. Please welcome on stage the one and only Moonchild.
Hi everyone, my name is Moonchild Saneli, and I hope you're gonna be riding with me. Let's go. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. What's up?
This that lightning, this that burn, this ain't no perm, this that nappy, this that herb, this that kinfolk, this that skinfolk, this that war, this that bloodline, on the front line, ready for war, where you gonna run? Get it loose, get it low, get it low, why you get it loose, get it loose, get it low, get it low, oh, gotta protect my grave,
Hey.
keep it locked in the safe,
Hey.
don't make me get back to my ways.
My power they'll never take my power, my power, my power. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They'll never take my power, my power, my power. They feel away, oh wow. They feel away, oh wow. What's up? What's that? What's that? What that means? Let's go. Boom, boom, check you later. I roll with the danger and the yiki ninja. Minandili ninja. Boom, boom, check you later. I roll with the danger and the yiki ninja. Minandili ninja. What's up? So, my name is Moonchild Saneli from South Africa, and that was like a song we did with Beyonce for Lion King, and it's super exciting. And there's more to come, so let's go, Buna. Where my man? 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 The saucy, ya baba. Where my man? The hot, ya kota. Where my man? The tight, the right. Where my man? Erumin and the porta. Where my man? The head is a quarter. Where my man? The lips as a liquor. Where my man? Nanzog ni kungkolo. Where my man? Zovela ndipende. Where my man? What's where my man? 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 Ungesa. What's up? What's up? What's up? Where my man? Where my man? Where my man? Skaparitata, I want lumpan. Skaparitata, Velenzom giva. Skaparitata, Ewenzo quella. Skaparitata, Velengi posa. Skaparitata, I want lumpan. Skaparitata, Velenzom giva. Skaparitata, Ewenzo quella. Skaparitata, Velengi posa. Where my man? 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 What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? He test, don't crash into him. Say hi, get away. Zama, finding yako. Yena, tem, when I jakubon. Prepare to manu, if out, take it tree. He test, don't crash into him. Say hi, get away. Zama, finding yako. Yena, tem, when I jakubon. Prepare to manu, if out, take it tree. Man, ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela. Anikuthembi man, ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela. Boom, oza, anikuthembi man. Ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela. Anikuthembi man. Ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela, ingatuzondikela. Emma Berlin. What's up? Elena. Ayakhipha ama-lashes. Naile ngane woke yomhlaba naile woke para naile woke koke baya mangek lokwe fire mangkhona nolove sibaya naile lotengane bangbona bangphose ngane angek naile tuje woke yomhlaba manje zomrabaza ndiyayaza bamjelanga manje zomphalaza mangen baba mincanca manje nyalivusa asimini ngingulova ngenze Taga, njengentakumba. I'm gonna squeeze ya. Anzokuphungula. Shaku, njengochuchu. Siyaphikisa. Sochuluka. Kodwa naile walk. Awusitodwa lo. Naile walk. Awusitodwa lo. Naile walk. I'll sit water. Naile walk. I'll sit water. What's up? Kundiqhela makhe lwane uyayazi izolo makhe lwane ubundishela makhe lwane umna andavuma makhe lwane ngoku uyakhala makhe lwane khawusiyeke makhe lwane thina sijabele makhe lwane gon' do when you really don't wanna dance? Now dance, get your back up off the wall. Now dance, get your back up off the wall. Nabunga ngini kapo ni mystery. Nabunga fagi pendene lace ni mystery. Noma ongati browse on flick ni mystery. Nabunga mnika na next week ni mystery. Asa yebo 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 yebo. I lean on a tree, ibuza nipi, besi planile. Okay, it was me. I get so upset when you ignore my post. I like it when you like this bonending fast. This talk your page, the type and the delete, the bonnet online, and then I bite my lip. Ongazi no kundazi, I love you, diayazi. Waste that time. I'll inbox him now. Please call future baby, future maybe, future wifey. Please call future baby, future maybe, future wife. Kasa, yebo, 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 Kasa, yebo, 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 yebo.
Shout out to you.
Thank you so much. So now, this next time we're doing our skits, right? And it's controversy too. Mainly because they wanted to censor the word thighs, and then I was like, no way. And then it popped, and so I want to say thank you to everyone that sent me the videos of them dancing to our skits, because the song is on radio now, and social media, we made it pop. So shout out to you. Mazambeni. What? Amen. Can you start this one again? The song was too fast. Is it cool?
I'm sorry. Onali divuno tampu. Askis.
I'm sorry. Ona le divuno tambubi. Askis, I'm sorry. Ona le divuno tambubi. Askis, I'm sorry. Ona le divuno tambubi.
The police are excuse me, white boy. Abafana base chosi no more. Bana manga bana mali for sure. Bathanda ukuxhuma with their mama's moto. Ufuna mina kodwa kana petrol. Ukinga basi zoyanjani emall. Diyabakada to make sure I don't fall. Hey, hey, I can't fall. Petty tanda stars, petty stars, petty tanda stars. Petty bundes, petty bundes. Petamabel and a juice, petamabel and a juice. Petty mbatengu, petty mbatengu. The police are excuse me, white boy. Abafana basa chosi no more. Bana manga bana mali for sure. Bathanda ukuxhuma with their mama's moto. Ufuna mina kodwa kana petrol. Ukinga basi zoyanjani emall. Diyabakada to make sure I don't fall. Hey, hey, I can't fall. Petty tanda stars, petty stars, petty tanda stars. Petty bundes, petty bundes. Petamabel and a juice, petamabel and a juice. Petty mbatengu, petty mbatengu. What's up? Somebody nigga use it. Nigga use it. What's that land nigga use it? Ain't nigga use it. What's that other nigga use it? Ain't nigga use it. What's that land nigga use it? Sebangena, sebavula, sebalan. Sebabaka, sebatata, sebalan. Sebabaka, sebakota, sebatam. Sebangena. Ngena, ngizokuvulela. Faka, ngizokulindela. Kwathunga waste ixesha. Sebangena, sebavuma, sebalala. Sebalala, sebafunga, sebafaka. Sebakhupha, sebafaka, sebatam. Sebangena. Ngena, ngizokuvulela. Faka, ngizokulindela. Kwathunga waste ixesha. Somebody use it. What's a land nigga use it? It's a nigga use it. What's a land nigga use it? It's a nigga use it. What's a land nigga use it? What's a land nigga use it? Difunuti u, difunuti a, difunuti sisi kwela. 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 Sadiban, kwiseko, sabonan, sabamban, abangan, sotlangan. Second for Kandyoka. They don't mind, they know my bad. Go to buy another glass. Expensive lick, things with class. Morning out who's on the place. What's up? Hope everyone's still having a good time. Aaron. Woo! I've got an announcement now. So this new song is called Bashiri. And I think it's like my one gospel song. So it's like my man was a very easy man. He was a slapper everything. And then I took him to church and then we tithed and then pastor prayed for him. And then my husband is mine now, Bazalwane. Hallelujah, Bazalwane. Ameni, Masambe. Ellen. Tell volume. Oza. Oza. Okay. What's up? Indoda yami bifeba Ramsa kubashiri Wavuka wantana Beka mande siyasonda Amen 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 Hallelujah Indoda yami bifeba Ramsa kubashiri Wavuka wantana Beka mande siyasonda Amen 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 ndamthandaze wabuya ndabizupha samfonela samfake lwandle skipper ibat lam skipper ibat lam skipper ibat lam skipper ibat wayefenqa ndamnyamezela wandishiya ndamthandaze wabuya ndabizupha samfake lwandle skipper ibat lam skipper ibat lam skipper ibat lam skipper ibat hey what's that? Hey what's that? You mustn't give up on your husband or your boyfriend or your whatever. You must just go to church. Go pray for that mother sucker. Indoda yami bifeba ndamsakupa shiri wavuka wantanda beka mande siyasonda. Amen. 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 Hallelujah. Indoda yami bifeba ndamsakupa shiri wavuka wantanda beka mande siyasonda. Amen. 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 Hallelujah. Indoda yami bifeba ndamsakupa shiri wavuka wantanda beka mande siyasonda. Amen. 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 Hallelujah. You talk for Jesus. Hallelujah, Bazalwane. Yes, awesome.
Right, in response to our round table that we had soccer players there, I really wanted to be part of that round table, but like I said earlier on, abantu abafuna ukuthi ngibe khona endaweni eyiserious. But anyway, in response to that, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the MEC of Health in Limpopo, Dr. Poppy Ramotuba, and Dr. Tato Chidarikire, Director HIV Prevention in the National Department of Health. Yiba bazo respond. Ngomanga respond namin ngeke bangithathe serious.
Thank you for taking time to just come and chat to us about gender-based violence. We wanted to bring you into the conversation so that we can actually have someone who's got the expertise and the knowledge. So what would you say in layman's terms gender-based violence is?
Right, so gender-based violence is that type of violence that is associated with or is a result of what you would call normative role expectations that are associated with gender. And that actually goes along with our unequal power relationships between genders.
That's quite interesting because a lot of the people did speak about gender roles and the unequal power that is actually associated with it. So would you say that unequal power that sort of comes with the normative gender roles is like the core driver or the main driver of gender-based? Okay. And then what are some of the effects, whether they be long-term or short-term, on women from a physical, sexual, as well as reproductive and mental health perspective?
Really, when it comes to gender-based violence, it's just negativity all the way. You spoke about sexual reproductive health, women in general, we include HIV and just trauma. It affects all of that, and a lot of times it's long term. You know, individuals sometimes may look at it as if it may cause short term effects, but it usually replicates. It becomes a ripple effect, and at the end of it all, it becomes long term. So it's psychological, it's physical, it's basically everything to the receiving end of the person that is actually receiving the violence.
And when you mentioned the ripple effect that it has, is that now speaking to if a mom is experiencing it, it also affects her children, it affects the family, and what kind of effects would a family that is experiencing gender-based violence sort of showcase?
Sometimes you can talk about, depending on how early one experienced this, you may find that, let's talk about children, for example, they basically grow up looking at that as the normal, which means that that's what they will give to their own generation, their own family as they get older, because that's all they knew. So that is why it's very important not just to deal with the trauma, but to deal with the mind as well, the psychological effect of the person that is receiving the violence. You get to a point where you get a girl child kind of like growing up believing that being beaten up, or whether it's verbal, any type of violence really, they grow up thinking that that's normal. And they end up looking for that in their own relationship and thinking that that is the way to go. And if they don't get it, they kind of feel inadequate or not satisfied, because that's what they know, that's what they think is normal. So psychological effects of that are devastating to the recipient.
I think that's quite interesting that you mentioned that, because one of the guests who was part of the panel when we were discussing this topic raised the fact that they didn't know that if they have issues such as anxiety, they can go to their local clinic. So there is an association with health services that is linked to my physical well-being. But a lot of people don't actually know that there is more that is offered. Do you think that, what role, rather, my question is, can government play in making sure that people actually understand what health services offerings are out there, and not just for women, but also for men?
Right. So we usually say that, our policies, when it comes to implementation, policies and guidelines for service provision are actually entrenched within the Constitution. We are a society that strongly believes in human rights and the Bill of Rights. So the South African government actually talks to all the departments, because we are governed by the Constitution. So from the governance point of view, all the departments are actually supposed to ensure that whatever services that we provide are within human rights. So the communication for this is very important. That is why when it comes to gender-based violence, it's not just the Department of Health or Department of Social Development or women and children and persons with disabilities, but it's the presidency. We basically report to the presidency. So it's multi-sectoral, SANAC sectors. Everybody has to come on board to communicate issues of gender-based violence.
I'm happy that you mentioned that it's not just a one department that would look after issues of gender-based violence. And does the various departments, including the Department of Health, look at other programs that maybe already exists at a local level and then partner with those programs? Because there was also a topic that came up around, collaboration. So government really looking at non-governmental organizations, local organizations that already offer programs, and then partnering up with them to help government in addressing this issue.
Exactly. PEPFAR, for example, Global Fund, they are all coming together. Our German Fund, UN, we all have programs on the ground in the communities, for example, that are actually based or focused on supporting young people when it comes to gender-based violence. We also work with some funders where we are trying to empower young people so that they're able to respond when they are confronted with issues of gender-based violence. I mean, because of also the gender roles, the normative roles that we are actually dealing with, you will find that a young person may not necessarily know exactly where to go per se. They may think it's okay, they stay at home, you don't say anything, social issues. But we're trying to communicate that to ensure that this is not what it should be. You have a right to your rights. We talk about gender-based violence associated with sexual harassment. And you end up with an individual actually sexually harassed and thinking that it's okay. But we're saying that no, it is not. And as I say, it's not just health. I mean, health will deal with the health repercussions that come out of that. But we have social justice as well. We have social development. We have the police. Everybody really comes on board to try and work on that. And then communication is not only around the departments, but we try to work with the civil society as well to ensure that it goes onto the ground in the communities, even to those that may not necessarily be able to get the responses of government on the platforms that we use.
And then in terms of South Africa as a country, there's a lot of talk around how the country actually responds to gender-based violence. How do you think we are doing as a country where prevention is concerned?
So prevention is very general. So we're talking about prevention of HIV and including gender-based violence.
Yeah.
Because prevention of HIV is actually approached on a combination kind of manner, because there is no one size fits all. And the whole goal is to ensure that we reduce new infections, right? And those who are already infected, they are on treatment and they remain virally suppressed. And in the long run, that will also reduce new infections. However, when it comes to gender-based violence, that usually results in sexual harassment or sexual violence, that in itself ends up with the individual needing what we call post-exposure prophylaxis. And here now we are going to be trying to support the client with regards to unintended pregnancy, for example. That's one of the negative consequences, unintended consequences that come with that. Deal with STIs, possibility of STIs, because more often than not, this usually happens on an unprotected basis, as well as incidence, or rather infection, acquisition of HIV, let me put it that way. So our prevention interventions actually deal with the client holistically in that manner, to a point where we will actually even support the client to try and look at other prevention interventions that they can look at moving forward. And then again, because we are not working alone, this is a client that will need social development, that psychosocial support that I was talking about. And you may find that we may have to deal with education as well, because it may be a young person in school, and that will affect their progress there too. So we need to ensure that when they go to school, they get the same support. When they go to a clinic, they get the same support. And there may be issues of police, when it comes to forensics, so that one can is able to follow that in justice. There are many effects. And as you said, communication is crucial to this, because a lot of clients don't know where to go or what to do when this has happened to them.
Absolutely, and I think that leads me to my next question, to say, if I'm in that kind of situation, or know someone who's in that kind of situation, where can I go? How can I access help?
Right, so we have public health facilities as usually the point of contact, or sometimes the first point of entry when such has happened, especially if it can be trauma, and in a facility that needs to be sorted as well. It can be sexual harassment or sexual assault, let me say, where that as well, that's where we now end up having to look at issues of possible unintended pregnancy, possible acquisition of HIV, as well as psychosocial support, other STIs. So we need to screen. We need to ensure that we test for HIV. It's very important that clients are aware that in order for us to prevent unintended acquisition of HIV through sexual assault and to access PEP, which is post-exposure prophylaxis, one needs to have a test. The reason for an HIV test is to establish HIV infection at that time, because if one is already HIV positive, then they need to go on treatment for life. However, if they're HIV negative, the whole idea of PEP is to prevent possible acquisition. It's a short-term emergency course that's just for 1 month, and it needs to be taken within 72 hours. It's very important that the communities are aware of that it needs to be taken within 72 hours, which is 3 days, just in simple terms. To the earlier, the better, but at the latest, to ensure that the efficacy of the treatment is at its highest. And then again, we have what we call Tutuzela centers. These are centers that support psychosocially the client that has undergone this type of violence.
Thank you so much. I think it's very important that people obviously know where they can go should they be victims or survivors of gender-based violence. So, Doctor, as we wrap up the month for young people, Youth Month, what would your message be to young people, particularly young men, where gender-based violence is concerned?
Right. So we get to a point where we talk about gender norms, social norms. We need to ensure that our young men actually respect their women or female counterparts, let me say. And it's very important that we understand that a no is exactly a no. That's exactly what it means. And that we're all growing up as young people, and they are the future leaders. And if they don't respect their counterparts at this point, it's going to be difficult to actually do that at a later stage. And what nation are we going to have then? So my take is, let's all ensure that we respect each other, we respect our human rights, and we support each other moving forward. We stay in school, both young men and young boys, and we ensure that we use or we access services that are there within the facilities for sexual reproductive health and any psychosocial support that we may need, so that we are able to prevent all these other issues that may come with an uninformed space.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your time. I think it was a very, very, very interesting conversation, and your input is really highly appreciated. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Dumelang basha ko lapeng. Sanibonani bantu abasha abaseningizimu Afrika. Loja. Namsho ko dwa mga gender-based violence, GBV. Gompieno re bua ka kgang e masisi, gender-based violence ka tlhekefetso ya bong. Re lebella gore e na le matsapa a tseneletseng a tsamaelanang le go tsikinya monagano wa motho. Go le gantsi re tsaya batho re ba lebe fela gore ga ba itekanetse mo mmeleng re nagana gore ba siame ka ba fodile, mme seo ga se nnete. Go na le mekgwa e le mentsi e leng gore ba kgona gore ba tlhekefetsege segolobogolo re lebella monagano jaaka kgatelelo ya monagano kapa yona depression, post-traumatic distress disorder e leng gore e tla betlhagela morago ga tiragalo eo.
I-gender-based violence ukuhlukumezeka kwasemakhaya, ukuhlukumezeka okukuthi kuyenzeka kuwena ngokocansi, ukuhlukumezeka okwenzeka kuwena emzimbeni wakho nasemphefumulweni wakho. Bangabe kwenzeka ukuthi njengomuntu omusha usithola uhlukumezwa kakhulu ngokwecansi, kubaleka kakhulu ukuthi uhambe uye ekliniki noma ke emtholampilo oseduzane nakuwena noma esibhedlela eseduzane nakuwena ukuze ukwazi ukuthola ukusizakala. Ukusizakala kwakho kuma ngabe uye ekliniki yangakithi bazoyenza sure ukuthi uthola i-medication. I-medication yakho bahlanganisa izinto ezifana ngokuthi i-PEP. I-PEP iyingxenye yama-ARVs enceda wena ukuthi njengomuntu omusha i-HIV ingakungeni. Iyenze sure ukuthi bakunikeza le esithi morning after pill. I-morning after pill yokunceda kakhulu ukuthi ungabi nokukhulelwa okungazange kuhleleke, nanokuthi ke bakuscreeneke izifo ezitholakala ngokucansi esizibiza ukuthi ama-STI.
GBV ingayiteka umuntu mumwe na mumwe. Aikhethi iteka muthu mutuku kana kha muthu muhulwane. Ingada tshifhinga tshiṅwe na tshiṅwe kana fhethu huṅwe na huṅwe. Arali khou itea kha ini ḓivhani zwa uri ani noṱhe ni songo ḓisola uri ndi ngani ndi ngani khou itea kha nne. Rina vha Love Life ri ni ṱuṱuwedza uri beiwe ambani na riṋe ni songo fhumula uri ni kone u wana thuso. Ra zwi ḓivha zwa uri a zwo ngo leluwa u pota vhavho vhathu vhane khou ita hezwo zwithu kha beiwe vhane ra vha ḓivha. Ingaba mashaka dzikhonani zwo tea uri a pfe o tshi ofha u fhedzi havho vhathu vha tea u fanela u dzhielwa vhukando. Re teng for wena se re se kopang go gore gona jaanong romela please call me mo nomoreng ya 083 323 1023 mme di-councilor tsa rona di malalalaotswe go thusana le wena.
Before I introduce the next guys, I want to tell you a story. So I was supposed to introduce I'm a muffin, but I'm a muffin. You know the group of muffins. Which is not the case, and like we're doing something for ritual, so but ngangena stage ngikhohliwe ukuthi abobani lezi mara ngiyazi amagama amakhekhe lezi. Ngathi ladies and gentlemen, ngathi welcome on stage, ngathi konje abobani lezi, ngathi biza lokho ikhekhe lifike kuqala la, ngathi give it up for the red cakes, azake singene. Ngathi konje niyini konje nina yini bathini ama cupcake bathi awuthi Even today, amachita wangiringisa. And nginokhonja ukuthi kahle kahle yini. So nalezo ngenza igama lazo ngizibize wrong. Anginandaba fede bo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Jazzy Disciples. Li right lo gama Jensine. Dala boy, dala.
might thought that I was jealous by the way I was mad, I was drunk, I was tripping. You might thought that I was jealous by the way I was mad, I was drunk, I was tripping. But I was mad, I was blind. I was mad, I was blind. I was mad, but now it's over. I was drunk, but now I'm sober. Baby girl, you're the only one I want now. Only one I want now. I was mad, but now it's over. I was drunk, but now I'm sober. Baby girl, you're the only one I want now. Only one I want now.
Umiza. Love hurts, but we can't live without it. Mapenzi yanaweza kuumiza wakati mwingine, but everybody still wants it.
Ma bajabula abantu. Yebo, ma bathokoza abantu. Yebo, ma bathokoza abantu. Yebo, jive juluke. Hey bo, jive juluke. Engithi jive juluke. Jive juluke. Saku juluke. Hey bo, bengu juluke. Hey bo, saku juluke. Jive juluke. Shini wami.
umsholozi ngamalala indoda enamakhanda amabili ukuthi mama jabula abantu hayibo mama thokoza abantu hayibo mama jabula abantu hayibo mama thokoza abantu engithi mama jabula abantu hayibo mama thokoza abantu hayibo mama jabula abantu hayibo mama thokoza abantu engithi jabula ujule ndoda hayibo jive ujuluke hayibo jive ujuluke jive ujuluke engithi jabula ujule ndoda hayibo jive ujuluke engithi jive ujuluke jive ujuluke sapo ujuluke sapo hayibo bhengu ujuluke hayibo sapo ujuluke jive ujuluke mshini wami Solos, Namana.
Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe, Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe, Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe.
Eba fetu sai shubisa, eba fetu sai pengisa, eba fetu nyai vitisa, nyai mansisa, ningusu chesa. Eba fetu sai shubisa, eba fetu sai pengisa, eba fetu nyai vitisa, nyai mansisa, ningusu chesa.
Mpethu mtu underscore worldwide. Mpethu robo bamazingo fake love. Mpethu rise nuzobathisa. Mpethu zuma sengishipa suka. Mpethu mtu underscore worldwide. Mpethu robo bamazingo fake love. Mpethu rise nuzobathisa. Mpethu zuma sengishipa suka. Hayi bosuma basume suma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma. Awubasume wesuma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma. Suma basume suma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma. Awubasume wesuma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma umshini wami.
Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe, Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe, Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe, Kipande, Delawe, Kipande, Lawe.
Eba fetu sai shubisa, eba fetu sai pengisa, eba fetu nyai vitisa, nyai mansisa, ningusu chesa. Eba fetu sai shubisa, eba fetu sai pengisa, eba fetu nyai vitisa, nyai mansisa, ningusu chesa.
Hayi bosuma basume suma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma. Awubasume wesuma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma. Suma basume suma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma. Awubasume wesuma. Ngoba sumu yepasuka wesuma umshini wami.
Siyabonga chance, siyabonga chance. Hey, siyabonga chance. Shout out to Jazzy Disciple. Nice one, chance. Besanifuna ukujayiva kamampela. Hayi, chance hayi. Hayi, siyabonga mafethu. Thank you very much. Can follow them on social media. They are everywhere. They like off la angazi bengi-blue mara sengi-red manje abantu bazothi usikhumba ngapho red ngapho blue mara kune-light off bengithi nje abantu ekhaya bazi ukuthi akusiyimi. You know, back in the day, let's talk about back in the day, where love life was for me when I grew up. Where because I had earlier on, come to talk about groundbreakers. We're talking about it's come to back in the day. Remember, in love life, they used to come to Ikela. Yes, they used to come to Ikela. Could be a period where we just talk about condoms, we talk about being safe, we talk about lifestyle, we talk about health. I don't know what happened to those campaigns. I don't know. Maybe those campaigns are still there, but if they are there, my advice to Love Life would be, please be Ibanla Ibantwini. People know me as Uskumba right now because I'm here, Ibantwini. People know Usanele because people know Amachita Limba because Amachita. I think it's high time you guys to be here. I know you're doing a whole lot of great things. Right now we are in the middle of a pandemic. Right now, people are dying almost every day, Joe. Like right now, the numbers are high there, and people are scared of going to clinics to go get their pills. Not even pills where COVID. COVID. That they need to live. People are scared of going to clinics. But I know Love Life is there to encourage young ones to say, go to your clinics, go get your medication, go get tested. Let's test for us to know which is MIP in between. We need to test which Snail COVID or Snail COVID, or it's none or a sick or none, so that you get help. Or if you're scared, don't worry. Go to Love Life. Go to their social media pages. They will help you there. You go, you see videos of people encouraging you to do great things in life. 19 rupees. Go to the clinic, test, but if you're scared, you can always send them a please call me, and then good number 083 323 1023. But in fact, let me show you what Love Life is really doing when it comes to them being on the ground. Check this out.
When last do we get it on? Gigawata get the blue ball. Batung tap or behave. Arena lady condom. Illegala rejola sojo. Tap on nonsense, please don't go on. Consider very the condom. And be wise, I was on this side, yeah, Department of Health. Halala. Yes, Department of Health. Looking for more ways we can use to prevent. Halala. Yes, we can use to prevent. I can get on the pill. Birth control. It suppresses the work of the ovaries or spermicide. Spermicide kills sperms immediately. That one is not that simple. Don't stress, it's in the boots. We can always go ask for more info. So my roto body makes condo. Lady Maxima once and for all. Or Recano Fonella Love Life. Let me see if there's a number to call. Wow. So Okano Senda, please call me to 083 323 1023. So Vele Wagano. Pretty much, but I'm also not in the mood. Why? Dinta, Kimavis, I think she's being abused, and Anya Kombota, I think what's haba, and if it's true, Ella Quaitrapa. Gender-based violence is wrong. Afonele that Love Life number. Yeah, Maraki Musadi, she conquered. Yeah, and the COVID-19 isn't helping either. Get Taganali Druza the other day. That blast still on a hand sanitizer. I read that the night in Maya. It's an aboma grisa, Nakinalemat. Karadai den naina chomi. Better safe than sorry. Ota bona di hora. Heukaya karitori. I couldn't have said it better myself. Let me follow Love Life one. Kenya ko seva da number mo phone. Kane irengi ga 083 323 out 1023 20 what 23 Hekiri 083 323 Please come here. Please come here. Please come here. Please come here. Please come here.
I'm Shane. Hi. Hello, everybody.
Yeah,
My name is Sibisihle Kokwana. I am a groundbreaker from KwaNobuhle. Today, I'll be speaking to you about contraceptives. I'll be having a health talk about contraceptives. There is a number of them from which you can choose from, but I personally recommend a long-term contraceptives, namely your IUD.
Abstinence. Loop. Yeah.
It's what it's known for.
Why though?
Because it protects you for up to 10 years. And with that, you don't have to go back to the clinic and make appointments with doctors and all of that. Now, we all know this is a lockdown.
Oh, yes.
But let us stay
Yes.
safe.
And stay at home, yeah.
Hey there, day 50 plus of lockdown in South Africa, and a lot of people are frustrated. But a different kind of frustration that some people are feeling is the sexual kind. Yes. With the lockdown, of course, slowly starting to ease down and people getting free movement, a lot of people are going to go see their boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives, and generally their partners just to go have some. And with that said, I think it's important to address issues of contraception. So you get different kinds of contraception. Of course, the ones that prevent you from getting STIs or STDs, and these are things such as condoms. And if you were locked down with your partner, then, I hope you were using these. But of course, you get other kinds of contraception, and these come in the form of pills, patches, intrauterine devices, as well as injectable devices that you can put inside your body to prevent you getting pregnant. And with that said, the lockdown has been quite heavy. Movement was restricted, and I hope during this course of time you were able to go to your local clinic and get all the contraceptives that you could get to prevent you from having an unwanted pregnancy, because there's nothing worse than having to deal with something that you don't want, especially because there are ways to prevent you from getting to that point. And then of course there are also other things that you would have been using these pills, these injectables, and all the other devices for if you were using them during this lockdown period, and these are non-contraceptive use of devices, and these would have helped you out. A lot of people use it for skin purposes, other people use it, for instance, for prevention of having certain types of cancers and that sort of thing. So with that said, I hope that you are still staying strong, and as the restrictions will ease down, you will take heed, be aware, use condoms, and prevent any unwanted pregnancies.
To engage with me further on this burning issue of gender-based violence, I am joined by one of South Africa's greatest actresses, Uzikhona Sodlaka. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. It's lovely to have you on this purple couch.
Thank you so much for having me on this purple couch.
Now, by just hearing what I just said to the masses out there regarding those statistics that were made by the SAPS regarding the gender-based violence, what comes to your mind as an activist, as a person who's vocal about the rights of women in our country?
Look, the number is shockingly high. The number would have been shockingly high if it was 2, if it was 4. And that is in the thousands. And you said in a week, right?
Yeah.
There was like 2,000 something in just a week. So obviously it's quadrupled now that it's been 3 months. So it's appalling to know that this is what's happening when people are bored. They're just sitting at home beating on women or children. It's just, I can't fathom, I can't really understand, but like, are you bored that like you're taking it out on the person that you're living with? And also people who beat up like people who can't fight back are shocking. Like countries, like I swear there's a guy you can beat on. If you're a man and you want to beat on someone, you can find another man
who actually beats on other men.
Who beats on, yeah. Also, and then you can. So it's the nice thing about this time of lockdown is that things are coming out. The number of victims was always high even before the lockdown. But now that the lockdown is here, now we know for a fact. Now everything is coming out because people aren't on the streets. All we have is facts and news and facts and news. So it's nice that this lockdown has happened because things are now coming out.
And would you think is it because of the lockdown pressure or the lockdown frustrations that come at most of our men out there? Jobs being cut out and a whole lot of opportunities being put on hold. Would you say that also adds to the number increasing?
Yes, good question. I like it. It's frustrating that people now are making money because like once kuphela umsebenzi, it means that awuholi. And once ungaholi, it means that you can't take care of yourself and this very family that you live with, which is really frustrating. And I think you and I can both agree that it's frustrating to not make an income. But there is no excuse. Whether it's your woman, whether it's your man, whether it's the children, or whether it's the elderly. Anyone who cannot fight back, don't fight them.
It's still totally...
It's still wrong. But I understand that it's frustrating to not make an income, and we must acknowledge that it's a frustrating time. It's a completely frustrating time to not be making a living, but it's also a great time to then make another plan instead of being so frustrated that you're now beating up people who can't fight back.
Because of these frustrations of yours.
No.
I hear you. And ma'am, like there's certain number of gender-based violence cases which go not reported because sometimes the perpetrator might be the breadwinner in the house, and the victims might find it hard to report the perpetrator. So what word of advice would you then tell those victims going through that hardship?
It's a catch-22 between, okay, let me not use that phrase because I'm stuck in that phrase. It's a double-edged sword, because if I report you and you are the uncle that's giving me money, then that means that I'm going to not get the money, I'm not going to get the benefits, I'm not going to get the clothes, the hair, the nice life, because you're abusing me, whether sexually or physically or all the other forms, or emotionally. But I think if I'm in a situation like that, then I need to understand that I need to choose me. And instead of all the things that are going to kill me anyway, because you are going to kill me. I mean,
and you're tolerating
just now before lockdown, how many cases of women being killed by their lovers were there? I mean, it was ridiculous. And it started at the end of 2019, where all these women were being killed by their lovers. And the crazy part is that these lovers would then answer and say, "Askis, it was a mistake, I didn't know. So you usually slap me, but today you slap me against a wall, I hit my head like in the film, and I dropped it." Most of the time, like 4 out of 5 times, the people that end up killing their partners are people who didn't plan on it. It's your boyfriend who usually just hits you, or who usually just chokes you, or strange things that they do, and you let it happen. So because umsindo is a crazy thing, it grows and grows and grows, and it gets to a point where you're not noticing that you're now slapping me 10 times instead of slapping me the one time you used to slap me until I die. So I think, like, if we as the victims could look at it as simple as that like I am the one that needs to help myself and get out of the situation, because this guy is so busy being mad at bullying at me because he can, that he can't help me. He can't even help himself. So let me find a way to get out. I think between you and I, choosing between a pretty dress and life, I mean, I'm sure I'd choose life.
And this really, really makes sense. And this puts emphasis to my next question. Then how difficult would you think, or would you say it is to like get out of a relationship that's very abusive as a female person?
Let me start here. Getting out of a relationship that's bad. It's, us girls, we get stuck in love a lot. And so you're like, oh, but I love him. Oh, no, but he's going to kill you. Also, or like, a relationship is so hard to get out of, even when a person's just doing something lousy, like he's cheating on you, leave. And then people don't leave because you're like, oh, but I can change him. Oh, but he loves me. Obviously, your logic is little. Like, so our logic gets overwhelmed and it gets taken over by this love bug that I just want to find and shoot. But I'm not violent. I'm not shooting.
I just really, really hope that most of our women get out of these situations before it gets out of hand.
Me too.
Me too. Now, like, let me take back this to you. Since you are this famous, most amazing actress.
Oh, I am?
Yes, you are, of course. Like, how is there ever gonna be a time whereby like you're gonna use your role and like advocate for women's safety within our country?
When am I not advocating for women to be taken care of? How am I not doing that? Every day, let me tell you this for free. Every single day, every hour, every minute, every second, I'm a woman. No matter what happens, no matter what circumstance, no matter what scenario I'm in, I'm a woman. If I step into a set and there are men, I'm conscious of the fact that, oh, okay, I'm the only woman in the set. You don't take it off. You never stop being a girl. You never stop being a woman. So if that's the case, then you're conscious of the things that are limiting you as a woman. Okay, fine. Or will they look at me funny if I put on my makeup in front of everyone? Or will they look at me funny? Or will I be victimized? Oh snap, I'm shooting in this room where there's nowhere to change and someone must block a corner for me to change on a set while I'm filming something. So I need to be vocal about, okay, there's a woman that's changing here, can all the men leave? That's a small thing, but that's teaching the men that are on my set that they need to respect a woman and look away every time a woman walks in, honor her and respect her. Understand the differences between the two. So if I'm aware of those small changes that I take on every single day and every single opportunity that I have, then it becomes easier for me to sit down here with you on the purple couch and advocate on an even bigger platform. But the bigger the platform, the more responsibility, yes. But I think if we are even clear about being advocates, even on a smaller platform, like even in your house, even in your car, even at work, even when you're talking to a nation or an international platform, do the same thing that you do on an international platform. Do it in your private space. What do you do to make sure you protect women? Because that's the other big topic, is that while the women are being victimized, what are the victims doing? Stephen Gacy once put up a post, and which was this woman who was holding out a placard. How come every woman knows a victim but no man knows a perpetrator?
It's a very. Do
you know what I mean? Like, there's no way 5 girls know someone who was beat up and no 5 men know someone who beat up someone. That's just crazy. And why must we be the ones that are telling men to stop beating us up when other men could beat other men who beat people?
But there is certain movements whereby us brothers are trying to advocate for fellow brothers not to do such
it more,
things.
honey. Or like, I don't care. Do more.
Most definitely. I thank you again for taking your time and joining us on the Purple Couch. But people, with all that being said, I thank you again.
Good day, everyone. I am Themba Maseti, Provincial Programs Operations Manager for the Western Cape at Love Life. And I'm grateful for this opportunity that I have on behalf of Love Life Western Cape, that I can talk to young people, especially during this period of the Youth Month. And we want our young people really to understand how important it is, the month of June, within the country itself and within the Western Cape and all over the world, that this is your month. And as you know, that Youth Month is celebrated all the time, and especially with us as a country, it's the 44th anniversary of the Soweto uprising within our country. We still are urging our young people to really be young people that are resilient and that are able to really go beyond everything. We want to talk to you as young people about the youth power that you have, and beyond the COVID-19 country that is experiencing, that we are able to take a leap of faith as a nation. Also important to that is the issue that we've seen during this period, that gender-based violence is at its peak. And it's really troubling because it's a societal issue. We are asking our young people to be at the forefront of making sure that they are fighting issues of gender-based violence within their communities. Also, young people, please, please, please don't forget to go to your clinic facilities where you are able to be served as young people. During this period, we've seen a decrease in number of young people that are visiting facilities so that they can receive services in terms of sexual reproductive health, rights, and everything else.
Hi there, I am Mokwena Mokwene. Let's take a moment and talk about gender-based violence. GBV is a problem in our country, such that the president had to declare it as a second pandemic following COVID-19. GBV could include the following: physical abuse, wherein you are being beaten up, pushed around, or being shoved. It could include sexual abuse, wherein you could be raped or being touched inappropriately. It could include emotional abuse, wherein you are being called names or being made to feel ugly because you are not cooperative. You could also be threatened. Now, if you're experiencing any of this, please report at your nearest police station. They will offer you prophylaxis and make sure that you are protected and safe. Remember, it is never your fault. The perpetrator must be stopped and you protected to be made to feel safe. If you need any support and help, please call me to 083-323-1023. Shap shap.
Hi, my name is Lesego Mokoene. I am the Provincial Manager for Love Life in the Northwest Province. Today I'm going to talk to you about one of the most emotive and sensitive topics, which is gender-based violence. Currently, we are in the middle of a pandemic, which is COVID-19, and then there have been many reports that are saying that the rate of gender-based violence has increased in the country as a result of people being under lockdown restrictions. What is this gender-based violence and why is it a problem? So, the general definition of gender-based violence is that it is a violence that is being perpetrated against someone on the basis of their gender or sex. And then we need to understand that this gender-based violence is twofold. One, it's a human rights violation. Secondly, it is a public health problem. As long as we understand those two concepts, then I'm happy. Who perpetrates this violence? It is widely accepted that men are the most perpetrators of gender-based violence against women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. However, you have cases where men are also victims of gender-based violence. So let us not discard the fact that men are also victims of gender-based violence. For instance, you have non-partner violence, which is violence perpetrated by somebody who is not your partner. It can just be perpetrated by a stranger. And then you have interpersonal violence, which can be perpetrated. A perpetrator could be either a friend or a family member. Then you have intimate partner violence, which in most cases, it can be a spouse.
Good day. My name is Julia Malgas, Programs and Operations Manager for Love Life in the Northern Cape. As at 26 June 2020, the total number of recorded positive cases for the Northern Cape was at 337, with one death recorded, which is one too many. Therefore, I would like to encourage communities, young people, to always ensure that they adhere to the COVID safety protocols and make sure that they wear their masks correctly, so covering their nose as well as their mouth. Also making sure they're maintaining a social distance and make sure that they maintain personal hygiene. Today is Youth Month, and not only is young people in South Africa faced with COVID-19, but also with gender-based violence, which in some cases leads to unplanned pregnancies, mental health issues, as well as STIs and HIV infections. I would like to call on young people, and in particular young women, to always make sure they are safe. And if you or anyone you know is going through a gender-based violence situation, that person report to the nearest health facility. Now, I know maybe some of you might not know where you find some of the health facilities, but when you go to the Department of Health, bewisehealth.com mobile site, you will find the location of all the facilities in the area in which you find yourself, and make sure that young people access services at the facilities. You can also contact the Love Life call center on 0800 121 900, or even send a please call me to Love Life at 083 323 1023 and speak to a professional that will assist you with any issues that you are facing as a young person. As young people, let us make sure that the young people that lost their lives On 16 June 1976 in the Soweto uprising, let us make sure they did not die in vain for all of us, and make sure that we stand together and fight gender-based violence.
Good afternoon, colleagues from the Love Life and also young people out there who have decided to join this quite important event that comes on a very critical and important month in the history of our country, because we know as we are ending the June month, the focus throughout this month has been on our young people. And we have seen that indeed, if as a nation we continue to ignore the young people, we do not deserve the future. Let me start by appreciating you as Live for your generous invitation to me in particular, and also commend you for making sure that you have chosen this particular topic, which is indeed a hot topic today. Gender-based violence has become another pandemic in our society. As we who are within the healthcare sector trying to fight other pandemics, gender-based violence has become also central to our struggle in terms of improving quality healthcare. And we've seen a girl child being the one who is a victim and who the one facing serious challenges. And we're always saying, as we approach gender-based violence, let's not put much more focus on the girl child only, but also if we can start to take along the boy child, because the boy child, we've noted that they don't have role models out there. Hence, they grew up without understanding and appreciating how to treat a woman, how to treat someone of your opposite sex. And I think probably if as those who would be who are gender activists, those of us who will be fighting gender-based violence, let's make sure that as we take the girl child to work, we also take the boy child. We also make sure that as a nation, we become parents of these boys who do not have fathers. Many boys have been raised by their mother and with absent fathers. Many boy child are being raised in certain family where you find that the mother is abused every day, whether physically, and the boy child grew up with that mentality that when you love a woman, this is how you do. You show by assaulting or by beating up the woman. So we need to really change that particular mindset, deal with all these cultural aspects, and so that we can be able to groom our boy child, because what we see happening recently, immediately after the lockdown, level 5 relaxation of those regulations to level 4, it was really shocking. Many of us have even blamed alcohol to be one of those causative, because I remember on day one of alcohol opening of sales, people wanted to address the backlog of level 5, wherein we, on just one night, within 24 hours, we had to deal with 61 common assaults, we had to deal with 18 sexual assaults, we have to deal with another 8 gender-based violence, family violence, domestic violence. We have to deal with all sorts of the ills that are out there. We must appreciate the fact that the a president of the country has make sure that gender-based violence, it does no longer be swept under the carpet, that the government has prepared most of women can be able to feel comfortable, can report, because the other issue was that women were dying in silence, especially the young women, without talking, fear of saying you would be blamed for all the wrongs that has happened. The statistics, I must say, are very clear that most of our perpetrators on the gender-based violence are men. There are those few cases of women, but majority of perpetrators of gender-based violence are men. And most of, more than half of women who are killed in this country, if we look into who killed them, it is mainly their intimate male partner. They are killed by somebody that they know, somebody that they trust, somebody that they expect to be loved by, and that person turned up killing them. And we're also saying majority of women in the country agree to have experienced either it's an emotional or economic abuse in the hands of their partners. We tend to think that women who are abused are those who are coming from a low socioeconomic status. And I must indicate that even women like us, women occupying positions in parliament, women who are CEOs of companies, they also go through emotional abuse by their spouses, by their partners, and they die in silence. They don't want to talk about it. So hence I'm saying today that one will try to bring it to a young girl and a young man, so that we must really groom or raise a girl child who will be strong enough not to allow any man to abuse. And we must also accept that in South Africa, we are facing high prevalence of gang rapes. And it's one of the saddest moments. I was reading a one day research which was once published that in my province, Limpopo, a girl child has got 4 chances to be raped in their lifetime than going to school and getting educated. And that on its own, it tells you that we still have a long way to go to fight this. If we can be in a nation where to be raped it's easier than to go to school, you can see that tells us we have a serious long way that we need to fight until we win this. So that's why for us to partner with institution like yours, Love Life, it's very critical, and give us assurance, mainly as the Department of Health, to say how entrenched this pandemic is. We will be able to win against gender violence. I'm confident that the loud voices that are coming out from you representing young people will be able to make sure that we raise awareness about the dangers of culture and tradition that encourages the abuse of women and young girls. We have got to start to deal with our own culture and our own traditions as Africans. I'm one person who believe in Africanism. I believe in how an African child is raised, in how our ancestors have been doing things. And people tend to mistaken to say gender-based violence when a man abuses a woman, it's culturally, it's acceptable. And I want to dispute that, because being an African child and raised from both my maternal relations and paternal relatives, they're from royal house, they're from royal family. And I can tell you, the most powerful person who decides who becomes the next chief, all my cousins from both sides were installed and inaugurated by their aunt, because when my mother goes to her household, she's the most powerful person because she's an aunt there. The aunt was given that honor the uncles will have their own role to play, but the aunt was given that particular role. So women have always been given that role of responsibility for them to be able to lead. But what we see happening here, people want to bring our culture to say it is the tradition, it is the culture, that women must always be submissive. And I think we need to really start to do more research on that and correct this particular myth that are saying. We have got to run campaigns as young people to challenge and speak against gender-based violence in our homes. The fact that it is when a husband beats the wife, it's love, that's wrong. When a boyfriend beats a girlfriend, it means he loves you. That's not true. It's a criminal offense. And also, sexual activity, there must be concern. If as a girl you are not willing, you are not ready to have that, and no means a no. And anyone is not, no one is entitled to can forcefully sleep with you, even if that person is married to you. They do not have that right. And no, it's a no. And until we deal with that and accept it, we will not be able to win this. And that's always, as young people out there, be willing to listen and support the victims of gender-based violence. We've seen that we tend to give perpetrators excuses as to why did they rape her? Why was she wearing a miniskirt? Young girls must be allowed to dress the way they feel comfortable. If they want to show off their figure, they should be allowed to show off their figure. If they want to dress in that manner, they should be without being afraid to be victimized. We are also saying we need to have campaigns that will look at the victims of gender-based violence who can speak out loud, where they will be able to deal with these issues and challenge the justice system to be sensitive to the victims. And we are glad because the president also has pronounced on these issues of harsher sentence of the perpetrators and gender-based violence. But coming here to I know there are also young people who are working in the sector itself, and also young people themselves. We just try to be focused and zooming into the role that the healthcare sector can play in making sure that the perpetrators of gender-based violence are successfully prosecuted and stay away. We're saying if you have been raped, irrespective of whether it's your spouse, it's your boyfriend, whether it's your uncle, whether it's whoever, whether it's gang rape, whether you were at a tavern, whether they say you were drunk or whatever, no one has a right to rape you. We have got two processes that we do. As the Department of Health, we have now established those structures that used to be there. In my province, I can speak for them that we took that advantage of the budget by the grant which was allocated to establish and revamp our Thuthuzela Center, wherein if a woman or a girl child, we started with all the hospitals that are within the hotspot area. Mukopane Hospital in Mahwelereng, for instance, Kapane Hospitals is somewhere in Mopani district. And many others. Those Thuthuzela Center, that's where if you have been sexually assaulted, you will arrive there. You are going to be welcomed by a forensic nurse who has done a forensic, and she will be able to take you through the entire process. If the doctor will also be there to collect all the evidence that is required. You will also get, because there are police there who are working with us. When you arrive there, then the forensic nurse, one of their responsibility is to call the police to bring the rape kit and the J88 form, which will then be filled in by the doctor, and the kit will also, they will collect those specimen and be able to do that. Now, I can tell you that system, we find it working because we also have got the psychologist who will be called so that they can deal with that. Why am I saying that Thuthuzela, which is a one-stop center, it's very critical is because one, you're going to find a qualified doctor who will be able to make sure that all the evidence that is required by the prosecutor to successfully prosecute the perpetrator will be collected before you could even birth, and all that information will be dealt with. Because I always say there are two reasons why a rape victim or someone who has been assaulted, whether physically or even if it's sexual, must visit a healthcare center. It's for two main reasons. The first one is this one that I'm talking about, to make sure that we collect all the evidence so that you can be able to help the prosecutor to deal with the prosecution part, and your perpetrator must be taken for life sentence. And that, might have its own times and whatever. So when you go there, you need to find somebody who's qualified, who will be able to take through. We know it's very traumatic. The other second reason why you visit us is because you want us to treat you. I'll come to this second one later, after dealing with this first case, with the first one of collecting. My experience has been, I want to give a painful scenario when I was still practicing as a medical officer in Mkopan town. Here is a woman who was raped in the field, raped with a toddler. And from there, they went straight to the police station. When they get to the police station, they didn't find joy. It was not a good how they were treated. They come to the hospital. They still find one doctor who was on call who did not treat them well. Until, yes, because I was a senior, I had to be called in to come and make that intervention. Now, there was another worse case where a girl was raped. She went, first stop was the police station. She found a male police officer. And I'm not saying it's all the police who does this. This male police officer, as the poor girl was telling, I've been raped, they say, we want to take your statement, which is procedurally they must do it. As they are taking the statement, the poor girl starts to narrate the story, because you must narrate what happened. No, he grabbed me. What then? He took off my trousers. What then? He took off my blouse. What then? He then forced himself into me. Why did he do it? He penetrated. How did he was? And while the poor girl is narrating the story, the police officer was getting an erection also. It's a male one. And then later on, he then raped her again. She was raped twice. She came to the hospital. She found a casualty busy with road accidents, stab wounds, and nurses are frustrated, and the doctors, everybody is rushing with this to say we need to save lives. They don't see that pregnant, that woman, that young girl who has been raped as also an emergency. No, they're busy with their own, especially that this time around she came on her own, no longer without police, because when they are brought in by police, police will speak for them. So that's when we ran those campaigns somewhere in 2000 to say, we want female police. I was a very, very junior doctor, so we need female police to deal with this issue, because I've experienced my patients who have been raped by the police when they went to make another statement. That's when we says we need a female policewoman to be the one who will take the statement. But we're also saying to the female policewoman, as you'll be taking that statement, be sensitive. You shouldn't be questioning why were you wearing a skirt. Actually, what were you doing at 11 a.m. in a tavern? A girl like this, why are you not supposed to be at home? Those are the issues which are giving reasons to perpetrators. Why should they rape? Why shouldn't be a girl have the right to go to a shebeen, but a boy child is allowed to go to the tavern? If it's wrong to the tavern, like I don't subscribe. And for me, it's not about for girl children, even for you as boys. Whether you are a boy or you are I don't want to see you at the tavern. So the problem with us is to say, when it's a boy who come to the hospital with a stab wound from a tavern, no, this one, he's a hero. But when it's a girl child who was raped at the tavern, what was she doing? She went there, That's why Alika Mukhu. So we need to deal with that issue to say, if we're saying we don't want taverns, we don't want them for boys and for girls, then because no one has a right to rape you because we're working at night. The girls must be allowed to work at night and to enjoy themselves as much as the boy child is allowed to. So that was an painful thing that I've come across. And by the time we attended to that patient and we hear their story, they're miserable. The other issue we are saying why we love the Thuthuzela is because when you come there, the forensic nurse will immediately call the police woman who will bring the rape kits, and then all the interviews will be done there, where you have got also psychological support. You are given new clothes to change. We also even have showers that you'll be able to shower because you've gone through a trauma. So the other issue is to say, previously, before we have this Thuthuzela, you come to casualty. As I've said, we're busy with accidents. There's a stab heart. People are bleeding. It's blood all over here. We are rushing to theater. There's a Caesar on the other side. We've got few doctors. So we are more worried. You see, doctors are more worried about if I don't intervene on this one with a stab wound, it's going to bleed to death. If I don't take this woman to theater and take out the baby, this woman and the baby are going to die. So I'll have to account on the maternal death and the infant or perinatal death. So they prioritize that. They leave the poor girl sitting there, smelling because she has not bathed. She was told, you don't bath, you must wait until you are seen by the doctor. She must sit there until the doctors are done with their work to can come and do that. So Thuthuzela Center help us to make sure that you don't go and wait. You are not competing with the drunken driving road accidents. You are there to be able to deal with. That's a show of commitment from the healthcare workers, from the Department of Health, how we are saying our contribution towards fighting gender-based violence will make sure that all the perpetrators get that particular treatment where they will be able to be provided with that particular care. So don't be afraid to say when you have been raped, you visit your nearest facility. If they don't have J88, if they are not, they will call the police will come to the hospital and they will attend to you. Then the second one is this one of you coming to us because as we have been violated, whether it's sexually or it's physically, you have been damaged and you have gone through trauma. You need physical treatment where we must be able to provide you. If you have been assaulted, we must suture you. We must give you medication. If it's sexual assault, it's a serious issue because we need to give you post-exposure prophylaxis to prevent yourself from getting infected with deadly virus like HIV and AIDS. We need to make sure that we give you also the contraceptive, the emergency contraceptive pill, so that you do not fall pregnant with an unwanted pregnancy of a child that will be born because you have been raped. Because some of the girls, when they discover later that they have been raped, the parents will tell you, my religion will not allow you to go for termination of pregnancy, even if it's a safe one. So you are forced to carry this pregnancy to term. And that is also traumatizes you psychologically because when every time as the tummy grows, children are a gift from God irrespective of how they were conceived. But the fact of the matter is some of us are not, we don't practice theory without practical. The reality of the matter is that as your tummy grows, every day that trauma gets into you. And even the child, we have known that children who were born, conceived in that way, when they grew up, they are told by relatives and them, it becomes another traumatic, which we could have prevented. We could have prevented on the day wherein you were raped. We will give you a pill that will prevent you from getting pregnant. And in that way, you will not fall pregnant, there won't be that implantation, and if it's not there won't be any zygote, so you won't have to do any termination, and therefore you will still be within your religious belief. But we're also saying to those who, even if for whatever reason, they found that they are pregnant and they don't want that pregnancy, you have a right to approach us. We've got all facilities that have got safe termination pregnancy. Don't go to Corner Street, Hill of Street, and see there is Dr. Chimurenga there who's just going to put you and give you all this concoction. You will come to a facility with that street abortion just for you. If you are lucky, you might develop septic abortion, will have to do a hysterectomy, you'll never have a child again. If you are not lucky, we will be forced to do, you die on arrival. I have witnessed a number of girl children. That's why, if you remember when I had these active campaigns on safe termination, is because I've dealt with many maternal death of girl children as young as 16, 17, 18, as a result of unsafe termination of pregnancy. And we're still dealing with them even today. So we want to indicate you to say, government has got safe termination facility, which are free of charge, which we do not charge you. And also, we also emphasize to all those nurses who are conducting that we, on a regular basis, take them for debriefing so that they continue to work with that particular patients because they're dealing with a stressful. So we will give you those contraceptive emergency pill. We would have treated you for any STI. We'll give you antibiotics to treat you for any STI. We would have done, and we'll advise you to stay away at least from having unprotected sex with your spouse up until such time, so that you continue with your proposed exposure prophylaxis. And we know once you have done that, you would have been safe from being infected with HIV, and you will also protect your spouse because you would have been condomizing throughout. You will also be safe from getting STI because we would have given you antibiotics. You'll also protect your spouse from getting STIs because you'll be condomizing. You'll also be safe from having unwanted pregnancy. You will also, because we would have given you those emergency appeal. Then lastly, we will also have to deal with your mental health, because it's one a mountain that we need to climb. It's to treat you physically, I've told you, we'll just give you medication, you will take them and you will be fine. But the psychological trauma, we've seen it destroying young girls who have been sexually abused. We've seen them failing to love even in future. We've seen them failing to trust men, even when they get a man who's prepared to love them, because they were once sexually abused. They will never trust any man again, especially those who never reported the case, who never had an opportunity to go through proper counseling. So when you come to us, you are going to get those psychologists who will definitely provide you with that psychotherapy. And I'm saying, if we do that, we will be able to assist, because this is collaboration. It cannot be, gender-based violence cannot be eradicated by leaving it for the police to do that. You need a good police officer to be able to do the proper investigation and proper history taking and proper examinations of the crime scene. Secondly, you need a good physician, a good forensic nurse, a good medical doctor who will be able to collect the specimen and deal that. Then you will need, those two will be able to support a prosecutor. You will then have a good prosecutor who will be able to successfully prosecute this person. If we are able to deal with that and be able to win it, I can tell you, we will defeat gender-based violence, because people will understand and will start to be afraid of the South African law. To say, if you rape in South Africa, the minimum sentence you will get is life, because you would have had a good investigating officer who would have investigated thoroughly the case. You would have got a good medical doctor who would have collected and also the doctor must be able to appear in court on your behalf and be able to tell the judge and the magistrate that when I was examining her, these are the lacerations that I found. And these lacerations are as a result of a forceful penetration. These are the bruises that I found. And these bruises are as a result of forceful penetration. And if you are able to do that, you will make it the life of the prosecutor very easy. And the prosecutor will be able to successfully do that. And I think this is the approach that as the Limpopo province, we have tried to adopt, to say, we don't want our women to continue to die with those untold suffering, the pains, with those permanent scars that are with them. We are saying we need to work together as a collective, as government, and as one cluster to say, we have to win. Gender-based violence cannot continue as it is. We can't succumb to it. We are saying also, our healthcare facilities are usually burdened with the horrific injuries as a result of this gender-based violence. We're also saying 16% of women who have been infected with HIV currently, they will tell you that they have experienced sexual assault, well, even if it's with their spouse, because some women say you can't even negotiate sex with a condom with your boyfriend. He will beat the hell out of you. So we have got to liberate our women so that they must reach a level to say, if you are not condomizing, I'm not going to have sex with you. Why shouldn't you condomize? So they must be liberated to say this whole economic issue, socio-economic issues, which are used to push our girl children into having to be involved. If you remember, as we were launching She Conquers, we were with Love Life at the University of the North, and some of the history that we took from those girls who tested positive, those first-year students, to say they've been sleeping with old men outside the campus. At night, they are doing that in order for them to be able to get money, to can pay for their school fees, and to do that. In the process, you get infected with HIV. And that it's not a consensual sex, because consensual one, you would have be allowed to condomize. So if you are told, if you don't condomize, I won't give you my money. So we have got to find a way on how to empower our girl child to say, even if you are a first-year student, these are the opportunities that are there in campuses. You've got NEPSAS these days, you've got those. So there's no girl child who is performing well academically who should be subjected to sexual abuse in order for them to can be able to access accommodation. The same with even within the campus itself. When the girl child arrives first year, it's subjected to all these rapes because you are told that you don't even have accommodation, you have not even been admitted, you came on your own, you are just coming from the rural area, you find these guys who have been in campus for many years, they are the big guys, they will tell you, I know connection, I can take you to the VC, they can appoint you anytime. You don't even know what a VC is at that time. You are told all sorts of stories. So these are campaigns that as a Department of Health, we always partner with you guys to take them to institutions of higher learning, especially beginning of the year, to say, this is what we need to be teaching our girl child. We have already indicated the issue of unwanted pregnancy and sexual transmission, and also the post-traumatic stress disorders. We are also saying that the women, when this is tough, when they can't deal with, they end up taking up on their lives, and they end up killing themselves. Let me also conclude by saying that abuse does not always mean physical torture and disguise that we see. Victims of gender-based violence, they live permanently with emotional, mental, and psychological, and those are the ones that I am really also afraid of, that we are not taking so much care of. So let's invest immensely on the program of mental health care in the country, particularly in the light with the surging numbers of violence that we see happening, directed mainly to women from infants. I mean, we are hearing that toddlers are being raped every day, to a girl child, to young people, to matured women like us, to also elderly women like our mothers. We see that this is happening every day. And I'm also saying victims should not bear the brunt for as long as they live. Proper counseling will go a long way in integrating them back to our healthcare workers. We are saying to them also, let's, as frontliners, let's be too sensitive and not be judgmental. Any case of gender-based violence, let's treat that case with utmost sensitivity. Let's have empathy and put ourselves in the shoes of the victim, not of the perpetrator. Let's not reason for the perpetrator, because that is a criminal. He must go and rot in jail. Let's protect the victim. I always on the side of the victim, and I think all of us must do that. Support the victim, and we should be able, as healthcare workers, not to allow our health facilities to become a platform of deepening the pain that has already been violated by victims. That also goes to police station. That also goes to courts of law to say, when you have been raped, you must, when you get to a police station, feel that you are at home. When you go to the hospital, it must be a heaven for you. You must be able to find that, even if they say, Mudimo Hayo, I've arrived at the Tutuzela Center, I've been welcomed by people, Baobalile Rato, Baobalile Shoko, you must be able to feel that warmly welcome, to say, you are going through difficulties, you want to end your life, but be welcomed by these people. So that's my last minute message to all the healthcare workers who will be listening and who will be watching this, to say, healthcare workers who are out there who joined this platform, please, it's in our hands to assist the prosecutor to fight this. They might not be able to know what they are not home, what this has done. We are trained, we are expertise in that. If we can just have that commitment and dedication of supporting a rape victim, the way we run around when a stab wound has entered a casualty, let's run around when a rape victim has entered our hospital. Let's go all out to say, like, when a child has drank paraffin, a child has swallowed a coin, we run around, all of us, to say, let's save this child. Let's do that even when it's our gender-based violence victim, when they enter our facility. Let's not say, no, no one has a right to rape anyone. It can happen to anybody from all class. It doesn't matter whether you are rich, whether you are poor, whether you are educated, whether you are not. As long as you are a woman, there is a potential of you to be abused at some stage. You can be abused by somebody you know very well, and it happens in most of our cases. People are sitting on top of the pain, sitting on top of that. There's one idiom in my mother's language which says, meaning, if you are married, or you are in a relationship, it's like you are sitting on top of a boiling meat. In a boiling meat, you are sitting on top of it. You must be able to, so as it goes to come out, you must continue to sit on top of that lid. You must not run away. I'm saying we have changed that. We are saying, if you are in the nama ya trole, when the meat starts to do what, you just spill it over and remain with the normal size and continue to cook. We are saying that to say to you, the young people, you should not stick in a relationship which you see is not working. It's not working out. You have seen the first sign of abuse. The time when you are talking on the phone He wants to know whom are you talking to. That's the first sign of abuse. When you are talking on the phone, who is that person? Why is this person always phoning at this time? That's a sign of abuse. That's a danger. When somebody wants to know, where are you? Whether you're going to class, he calls you at lunchtime, you think he loves you. That's not love. When he calls you every second to want, he's monitoring. That's a sign. All signs of abuse are there. We see them and we ignore them as women. So, and especially as a girl child, because you always say, this is how it's supposed to be. And even when we report them at our families, we're always told, no, that's a sign of love. He shows that he loves you. This is how things must be done. There is no one who has a right to do that. You must be equals. As I've said, you must look for a spouse. You must look for a partner. A partner is someone that you are in the equal, where you share things, where you love each other in a manner in which you are open to each other, not because somebody is policing you and monitoring you. I'm saying, as we close the June, the Youth Month, young girls out there, please love yourself first. Love yourself first. And if you do that, anyone who comes and give you a love that is not the one that matches your standard, you will notice and you will run away as early as possible. Do not have this thing of saying somebody will come and love me. You don't need anyone to love you. You need yourself. You don't need anyone to complete you. God created you complete as you are. If you meet a partner, he's going to just assist you. He will complement you, not to complete you. Thank you very much.
I'm Beryl Traore, the head of programs and operations at Love Life. And I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody who has made this event possible. I'll start with my amazing team of people at Love Life, the communications and marketing team, the social media team, our provincial managers and our groundbreakers, our coordinators, everybody who has just come together to make this possible, our CEO, and a huge thank you to everybody who's been part of this event, part of our roundtable discussions, part of our entertainment. I laughed, I danced, I cried, and I learned. And I learned to listen. And really, I just want to say a huge, huge thank you. And if you'll allow me just to summarize some of my takeaways from the discussions and the activities of the day. Part of the roundtable discussion, I watched that footage and I just was just taken. I was in awe, of what people were saying, and also what that means for Love Life. As an organization who wants to be a leader in youth health promotion, we are so aware of all the other things, social challenges that young people face that ultimately affect their health, be it mental or physical, but all of those things. And as Arlene was speaking in the round table, she made so much reference to that. And I'll just say that when Sigalelo Nyahuza was speaking, and he was just talking about gender-based violence and who's affected by it. And when you listen to that, you just realize that we all are affected by it. And what stood out for me was when he was talking about how soccer, in essence, saved his life, and just so thankful to the Department of Sport and Recreation, Sports, Arts and Culture, who's one of our partners that enables us to have sport and recreation, arts and culture programs at our Y centers and at other hubs where our groundbreakers and coordinators are based. A huge thank you to the Department of Health, who believes in Love Life as a strong partner to be there for young people and to carry the messages that they want young people to know. And the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture as well, and all our funders that make it possible for Love Life to do the work that they do in communities for young people. So sad. And it just made me realize how important it is to have a support structure and for us to be those sisters, brothers, friends, aunts, uncles, that people know that they can come to us. We had when she was speaking, I was thinking about when I was younger, I used to really, really love Queen Latifah. And there was my favorite song of hers, and I thought I was going to be this huge MC. And there was this line in her song, UNITY, that goes, I'm going to try and rap a bit here. And it goes, but that's about enough. You put your hands on me again, I'll put you in handcuffs. And I used to say that, and like when variety shows in our community, I used to rap, do my thing. And fast forward, 15 years later, I'm in an abusive relationship. And the song that gave me power was now the song that was making me feel like, oh man, I can't talk to anybody. Because everybody knows me as this, you put your hands on me again, I'll put your ass in handcuffs. And I wasn't, because I couldn't. And I thought about how at that moment when all of this was happening, I felt like the whole world was looking at me like, Miss, I'll put your ass in handcuffs. Where are the handcuffs now? And it just made me realize how important it is for somebody to say or know that the whole world is not that, where are the handcuffs now? But you really have people who genuinely care about you, you know, who genuinely, if you go to them for help, they'll genuinely be there for you. And I think as brothers, sisters, family members, we have to make sure that people in our circles know that you can come to me with anything. And when Arlene was speaking, I was just, you know, and then she spoke about how that affected her life and how, you know, her own life started spiraling out of control because she couldn't speak to anybody. And I just thought about how important it is for all of us, you know, whether we are an abuser or potential abuser, an abused person, someone who knows an abuser or knows an abused person, to be aware of triggers. And, you know, before the boom, we all have to be mentally ready to hear the so we stop the boom. So like if you're in a relationship where the person says, I'm going to kill you. Next time you do this, I'm going to kill you. For you to hear that and hear and you take your phone, 083-323-1023. Hello, Love Life. And you stop the boom. When you have someone in your family, oh gosh, it's 5 o'clock, I've got to go home before my husband gets home. And stop the boom. And I was just thinking, as Arlene was speaking, I thought, did it really have to happen this way? And yes, she's found so much power in her pain, and she's managed to do so many things and help so many people. But did it really have to go that far? And throughout all the discussions and everything, I kept thinking about all of those things. And I really hope that this session has helped, you know, young people, families, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, friends, and empower them with information that they can use to make sure that our young people live their best lives. And I just want to thank everybody again for being part of this. I'm not going to talk too long anymore. I know everybody's waiting for Kabza the Small. And make use of that Love Life contact center. Send that please call me to 083-323-1023. And someone will call you right back and talk to you. And not reporting or not seeking services will not make it go away. So make use of the clinics and the health facilities around you. When you get there, health staff will talk to you about post-exposure prophylaxis, PEP, emergency contraceptive, and even where you can seek help for mental health. So, you know, services really are a lifesaver, and that's how our groundbreakers work tirelessly to make sure that young people know that they can access these services. So if you remember just that, we're good. So let's sit back and enjoy, well, not sit back, let's get up and enjoy our entertainment now with Kabza the Small. Thank you once again for being part of this amazing event.
What a beautiful day, man. What a beautiful day. Thank you very much for staying with us for all these hours. Yes, this is the last item. But before that, just want to remind you about what happened today. Please go back and watch this footage. It will be on YouTube. It will be on Facebook, live. Go there and check out what please let us know on the comment section using the hashtag #LiveLife. Unscripted. Right now, I'm going to introduce this guy. Before I introduce the guy, I just want to say thank you very much to the Department of Health for being part of this. You guys are doing a great thing. Yeah, I know right now it's tough times with the pandemic, but you guys are there doing this thing. Shout out to Love Life for being there. I still say you guys can do even more by being visible in Makasi, being visible in Ikela, being visible in the young people that are doing great things out there. We need more of Love Life. We need more of your guidance. And please, if you're in Kinga, don't forget, you can send them please call me on 083-323-1023 or use the hashtag #LoveLife. Unscripted. The conversation continues. This needs to continue on a daily basis. We need to have these conversations on a daily basis. Right now, the guy I'm going to introduce has released an album with 27 songs. 27 ngoma. Lo muntu unengoma meaning 27. Like back valley joku pandemic, beka pandemic yen. Beka pheka. 27. I know people that have 3 songs beside the album. In a 27 ngoma. I saw an article today. They say he's from Nigeria. No, he's not. Ayiki Nigerian. Alikele ngaki Nigerian. Yiyokupele athi ngiyazi yadlala amapiano enobuso bebhola ungafunga ukuthi lo udlala under 12 idisk kanti hayi indala dayideng indala. Please welcome on stage the king of amapiano and abafethu Nyancanye. Please Nyancanye ngayikholta dayideng. King of amapiano, the one and only Kabza the Small.
ukujabula siyasikethela ayi isitala siyasidalela yebafana ngizinjintshela ekapha angathi khona into ezayo ekapha ayingathi khona into ezayo ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami namhlanje ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami namhlanje ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami namhlanje ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami namhlanje ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami namhlanje izinja zami zangonkotha angathi khona into ezayo ayithathi khona kumoshake ubheki celeze kathumelo ratunja awe ratunja ipati yami namhlanje awe ratunja ziwa kwesami namhlanje ekapha angathi khona into ezayo ekapha ayingathi khona into ezayo ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami ipati yami namhlanje
but mina ngiyasithanda vele ngiyasichaza ngiyasithanda makungena kungena ubumnandi angixolele ngiyabhinga
Nomanini tanola milumila usubuyile phethe imizwa yami thuma mina abengwile manje sengibuyile ngijimile ngiphethe imali ngimile mina ngiwini lotto I'm gonna give you that dough I should really my boo gotta keep it on the low baby what I'm gonna do can't do without you. Yes, baby, yes, I do. Marry me, please, I do. Kupila ngapande kwako manjibuyile sonke lesikhathi bengingakhona ukupila ngapande kwakho manjibuyile
ngaphandle ayabakufanelanga sithando sami ngiyacela ungangibekeli ngaphandle ngaphazama ngabayize ayangisakazi nokuchaza sithando sami ngiyacela ungangibekeli ngaphandle labafana ngaphandle ayabakufanelanga sithando sami ngiyacela ungangibekeli ngaphandle ngaphazama ngabayize ayangisakazi nokuchaza sithando